Hello, THLers. Welcome to Friday Night Fights. I'm Saku, your stream for the evening. It's been a while. Hope everybody had a wonderful New Year and great Christmas holiday. So, with me tonight, we got two All-Stars here. We got, I'm sorry, Rabobson, I have you as Donde on our screen. So, we do have Rabobson joining us from the UK.
I can be Redonde for the
Redonde, yeah. That would be fine. So we got Rabobson joining us tonight, helping us cast these wonderful matches. So we got four of them. And then we have my Nova Scotia brother there, Corden. How you doing, Corden?
Doing very well tonight. You know, bit of a snowstorm here, but we're holding on. We're holding through.
The maritime way, right? So.
That's it, man. We got about 15 centimeters, and now it's raining.
Hopefully, the rain melts the snow.
That's the hope.
So yeah, so get right into it. So if you guys want to jump into our Pro Series match, which is going to be the first one with Nails versus Brian O'Brien.
So we got the battle of the one seeds here. You've got Clowns Reloaded, Nails 2-0 coming against Brian O'Brien from Faction, another 2-0. So a little bit on the line here for these two combatants, both looking to keep that undefeated streak alive. Clowns Reloaded up 4-0 at the moment. So nothing too crazy, no one's taken off just quite yet, but Brian O'Brien would definitely love to grab a hold and get his team back on the map, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's that thing of you can lose the first match and you're like, okay, that's fine. But once you're like 2 matches to 0 down, you're just like, it's not looking so good. Instead, you got to sweep out the remainder of the week.
Yeah, so getting any points on the board here is going to be key.
And interesting thing about Clowns Reloaded, I think this week they've gone for 4 identical lineups. And then Bank Yugi just did something completely different.
Yeah, that's kind of what it's looking like. Pro with the open list, you can kind of dive in and look at it, and you will nailed it. Everybody brought the exact same list, and maybe Bank Yugi being on a different time zone didn't catch the memo and wanted to go with a completely different lineup other than that rogue.
Or maybe what they did is they got Bank Yugi to submit first to completely throw him off the scent. But Nail's lineup, it's as well as the other 3 of them, Kayla's Luna, Neji, and Fuscoa, it's Brute Demon Hunter, Quest Druid, Poison Rogue, and Face Hunter. So I think that is it's a kind of Warlock / Mazaki Mage kind of target. Brian O'Brien is the only player on Faction who actually brought Mazaki Mage, so this match is all going to be about does Mazaki get a win? Because if it does, Brian O'Brien's other decks of Fell Demon Hunter and Thief Rogue really, really good at anti-aggro decks, which should do fairly well into the remainder of the lineup. And Beast Druid, which is one of the various new druids which has come out in the past few weeks, should do fairly well against the remainder of the lineup. So I think the big question mark there is Mazaki.
Yeah,
but if you want anyone to try and win with the Mazaki Mage, it's probably Brian O'Brien.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. Brian is pretty much synonymous with Mage, so if anyone's going to be able to fight through a target lineup, it'll most likely be Brian O'Brien. All over Twitter and even on his Twitch there is pretty high proponent of Mage and all things Mage, almost to the APM box era. So it's going to be a good one. We do have bans that came through. Nails took away the Druid, so no Beast Druid for Brian O'Brien, and Brian is going to take away the Rogue from Nails. So there's going to be no Poison Rogue there for Nails.
Yeah, very interesting. I think the Beast Druid ban, I would have said it would have been either the Thief Rogue or the Vel Demon Hunter, but maybe Nails has been playing a bunch of these decks, and he's a Quest Druid Pro. He feels like he can just get through there with the sheer amount of damage to the face that comes through. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how he pilots that one in particular, as I am not familiar with it whatsoever. You played much of it?
Which one's that?
The Quest Druid.
I picked up a little bit of the Quest Druid. It is an interesting deck. It definitely against aggro can struggle because you're using a lot of your armor gain and an attack to really fight for board. You're not really progressing too much. But once you get Guff Wildheart, I mean, keeping a 5-drop is pretty crazy in your mulligan, but it's really what you want. And even running Samuro to fight off some of that early on aggro. But, we see from Brian's list, there's not really a lot of aggro outside of the rogue coming through. And the amount of armor gain that the Quest Druid is going to be able to do, Mozaki Mage might not just have the time on a turn to even do that. Demon Hunter, probably not going to be able to go for, a 26-27 swing for a turn because there's not a lot of minions being played. So we'll have to see what it comes down to. We'll have to see how the matchups go. I think we are just about ready to get going. Yeah, it's going to be interesting brings here. Maybe I'm even going back to the bans. I'm interested to see if Nails just took that Druid away, just not really expecting how it functions against more of the decks. It's one of the decks that could probably beat up the Irebound Brute. Let's not forget this Demon Hunter that Nails did bring is the Brute DH from days of old. With that Lion's Frenzy in there, so it'll be interesting to see if that can get through. See any crazy high rolls, or maybe the brutes just aren't to be found.
On stream quite a bit.
Don't brute me, dude.
Don't brute me, dude.
Don't brute me, dude. The made famous by the one and only Pheno.
Yep.
Don't brute me, dude. I think that might have been closer to when brute was the 7 mana, yeah. And you're getting bruted on turn 2, 3. But yeah, I wouldn't expect to see anything too crazy like that. I mean, the mage is going to be able to even just freeze the board. It's got the flurries. It's got a lot of discoveries that can even go for like Cone of Cold and additional flurries. So no matter how many brutes you're going to want to put down, mage does have decent ways of just getting through and stalling for time. Fel DH as well can really just sit back and collect resources and go for a big AoE turn or a big massive, Fel Barrage turn into a board of 7/6s or 6/5s, whatever they might be with Philosophy.
All right. So right now I'm just kind of keeping an eyeball on what the players are saying in chat there. So there's a little bit of a client issue for Nails, so he's just trying to restart his. Brian O'Brien is doing the same thing. So we'll get.
It wouldn't be. Is this the first Friday Night Fights of the year?
It is for me.
Whoa!
This is.
I think it is for me as well.
We're in week 3. Yeah.
If you didn't cast it, I didn't say it. Or if you didn't stream it or off it, I didn't cast it.
That's 100%. So it's normally my home is Fridays and Sunday nights, and you are assaulted.
Pretty much. Friday. That's me, I'm that's what I do. Coming to your earbuds on Friday nights.
That's right.
While we wait for these, Saku, we can run through because we talked a little bit about this first match, but to keep the kind people at home on the edge of their seats, we've got 3 legacy matches lined up for after this one as well. So right from Pro, we're gonna go to everyone's favorite Conquest closed list. First up, we're going to have Classy Thug versus Vino Spumoni. Then we're going to have Coles versus Wild 9. And then Turtle versus MPV.
Yeah.
So we've got two Zilfs versus, who are they against there?
Defias.
Zilfs versus Defias. Very good matchup there.
The champions of last season.
And I believe this is crossover week. I don't know if it is for everybody. But
it's hard to keep track.
Definitely crossover week for this. No worries, yeah. But so the Zilfs Defias later on should definitely be a great one. But let's take a step back. We're back to Pro. It looks like we've got the spectator up, so let's jump on in and see what we got.
Beautiful. Didn't miss anything. That's good to see. Don't catch COVID, kids.
Yes. Wash your hands, mask up, and stay 6 feet apart. And get your shots.
Yeah, I am currently waiting to catch it because my fiance has it, so I'm sure as hell gonna get it.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I don't know, Rebob, if you remember back in the day, where you used to get sent over to your friend's house if you heard they had chicken pox.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that happened to you, Soccer. You definitely know about that, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just very interesting to see the different take of, COVID is obviously a lot more serious than chicken pox, but a very different take on it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So do the opposite of chicken pox. Don't catch it. Get your
Yeah.
vaccines.
Try and avoid it.
Yeah.
But getting into this game here, look at Brian O'Brien's hand. He's got I'd say the two main cards for Thief Rogue.
Yeah.
He's got the Panda and he's got the Null.
And he's been able to stall out too, getting that Wild Paw down to 2 mana. I mean, this is a coin double agent if I've ever seen one. Could even go for maybe a Wand Thief turn to try and get this Wild Paw down early.
Yeah, so Brian O'Brien's just going to be thinking about whether to greed it out here and just play the totem. Next turn can play the double agent coin, 1 thief, 0 cost Null. Stay go. Plays, what's that? 12 of stats in 1 turn. But
yeah, seems all right, but I'm gonna go for the pressure right now. No immediate answers. The single solar eclipse right now in hand for Nails, and then just a simple. Could go for a lightning bloom, but you're gonna go for more supplies here off the jerry rig. There's Guff. The tutored Guff.
Yeah, one of the most interesting things I think about the Quest Druid list is it does some really clever stuff with Capture Coldteeth Mine. Guff is the only 5-drop in the deck, so it's guaranteed to be drawn if you want the most expensive card in the deck, while you are guaranteed to get either Pounce, which is pretty valuable quest completion, or Lightning Bloom, which is just an incredibly powerful card in and of itself. It looks like Nails is just going to get the Guff down.
If you can split that as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Guff down, card draw, and a little bit more mana. Ramp game starting for Nails, even though, overloaded next turn, still has 5 mana going into a turn 4.
Yeah. But the most crucial thing really for Nails is, he's got plenty of mana, but he does at some point need to start converting that mana into either dealing with this board or some way, or really rapidly progressing through his quest. Because his hand right now is all card generation or draw. It doesn't actually do anything else.
No, yeah, no fighting for board. There's, nothing really. I mean, Moonlight
There's nothing
Guidance
which even gains attack.
No, yeah, that's what I mean, right? There's really nothing in this hand to fight back here. No attack gains, no armor from the quest, no cards drawn. I mean, Moonlight Guidance is going to be great for him next turn.
That's a
second passage into the Null.
Oh god, a 0 cost. So Swashbuckler into 0 cost Null. Then we're gonna.
So you're gonna step the agent, replay the agent, play a Null.
Yeah, that was. The first passage, getting just a bit of damage, was pretty terrible, but I think the second passage more than made up for it. And Nails has gone through 0 ticks of this quest so far, has got 14 more to go, and nothing in his hand which does it. There's something.
That does help. Not corrupted, so no armor gain, but it does get the first part of the quest completed, so we're going to get 5 there and, can run into something, but outside of that, maybe looking for a blue.
Null.
Yeah, it doesn't even kill a Null, exactly.
Yeah, this matchup looks. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this isn't the intended matchup for this deck.
No, I can't imagine so. Thief Rogue can just put so much pressure on the board early on, and this is pretty much the start that it's waiting for.
I don't know if you've been following what's been happening in today. Today was the first day of Masters Tour qualifiers. And Thief Rogue, particularly, it was simultaneously the most banned deck and also the highest win rate deck at the same time across all of today's qualifiers. So people who leave it up have been intending to be able to beat it, and it's still the highest win rate deck.
Yeah, that's a deck. That is something, like there's really no other way to split that. It's just a really strong deck at the moment.
Yep, and what we're gonna see here,
Probably just Starcryer, right?
yeah, Zero Cost Starscry it's fine.
You right? Nothing else really screamed at me. 0 mana seems pretty decent. These all look not very nice.
Those are diabolical, I'd say.
They get the ring toss. Oof.
Yeah, we're just going to see the Cutlass go face. Full board. Nails really needs something he can do with this Samuro, like, rapidly.
Yeah.
If he picks up the Iron Bark, that could do something.
Well, he can mark it, which will clear off the entire board other than one knoll, I guess, depending on where he runs it into.
Oh, Iron Bark, that's a full clear.
But, yeah.
That's just it, because it will draw a second Iron Bark.
And just going to pick up a Samuro as well.
Yep, and just like that, the game's turned around.
Yeah, that's the big Samuro swing turn that we were talking about earlier on. Now with the second Samuro in hand as well, there's still another thought that Nails can just clear off a second board. And he's going to have the time to hopefully put something together.
Yep, this is a bit awkward. I mean, but the thing is, though, because Brian Rowan has had so much proactivity in the early game, and Nails has... He's not progressed his own quest. He's got plenty of mana together, and he's just got back onto the board, but he is on 9 health. And Nails is still nowhere near progressing this quest. So there's still plenty of time for Brian O'Brien to draw into what's going to be the key card in this scenario is Scabs.
Yes.
We haven't seen it yet, and there are still 15 cards remaining in Brian's deck. But once he does see that, that's going to make a huge amount of difference, because then we can get, Scabs, Hero Power, Edwin, Smite, hit him in the face for God knows how much.
All right, there's the pounce. So part 2 can be completed this turn.
Yeah, Jerry Rig going to get both parts of the Feral Rage, and I've never actually seen the artwork for Feral Rage being split. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's fantastic artwork on that. They had to think when they made Jerry Rig that they had to include a bunch of new artwork for older cards like Feral Rage, and they did a top-notch job.
They're still making Fandral versions for every Choose One card that comes out.
Right, yeah, them even merged together.
Even playing it.
Yeah. All right, well, there is a Solar Eclipse for, next turn could go for a Solar and gain some 16 armor. Definitely push a little bit more out of any Smite shenanigans or Wicked Stab areas, and there's one drawn right now.
I think Brian's going to have to go for this ring toss just to get a... What's it called? The draw 2 when they play spell?
The Dirty Tricks.
Dirty Tricks. I was thinking Dirty Secrets for some reason, but that's an All-American Reject song.
That is an All-American Reject song.
So I think that's Brian's only play here. He can play the stab, kill off this Samuro finally, send another 4 to the face, and, it is looking like Scabs or bust. Nails managed to put together that huge Samuro turn.
Interested to see if he goes for this full trade and hits, if he's just going to smite here just to corrupt the ring toss. I was looking at that line. I wasn't very fond of it because this throws away a lot of burst potential with no Shadow Step in hand to pick up that smite. And now smite could be susceptible.
And now we're going to see Are we going to see our first Yogg of the game? I think we might be. No, Scrapyard Colossus.
Scrapyard's protection.
Protection is pretty crucial. The only thing is, though, it does not deal with Mr. Smite. And you don't want to be leaving Mr. Smite on the board.
No, not at all.
So it'll be interesting to see what Nails goes for here. He is going to put some attack together and use that solar with the armor game.
Yeah, it's going to clear off a Smite with the help of the Jerry Rig Carpenter.
Yes, and now the crucial thing is, with simultaneously a huge gain in armor
Okay.
and removing the Smite. Ooh. Brian's 1 mana off being able to put down the ring toss as well at the same time. So he might hold off on one more turn because he just doesn't know what 10-drop come out of that.
It's also the thing, too, he's kind of paranoid. Maybe you don't know if it's Yogg or not. You don't want to bounce Yogg back into Nail's hands and have an opportunity to do anything more crazy. But maybe you do. Maybe you Pyroblast him down. you never know. But, yeah, it's a tough decision here, going for this ring toss now or just hitting the scabs.
Yeah, it's an awkward position to be in.
I think you might just hold the scabs. I mean, there is a 10-drop. The chances that it's Yogg are, 1 in however many 10-drops there are. The rest are,
Plagiarize.
Bamboozle, the dirty
and
tricks.
dirty tricks.
There it is. Okay.
Plagiarize and dirty tricks. So the 2 value secrets. So Brian's intending to take this game a little bit longer. There is a pounce for quest completion.
So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of cards going over to Brian O'Brien this turn.
Absolutely.
I wonder if he just studies. Like, this could overdraw Brian O'Brien with the way that Nails might be able to play this turn.
Yeah. Probably not looking to be doing that. Just the Moonlit Guidance. No, sorry, Dirty Tricks went off.
Maybe going for a resizing pouch on this Solar Eclipse just to get a little bit more value. You'd be looking at a 7-drop in that case. Or I suppose it'd be a 5-drop now.
Yeah, I think Nails might be looking to think of... He probably is aware now that... Yeah, as Shenanigans didn't proc there, Nails was just thinking, well, I don't want to play my Guff and give my opponent a 5-mana 8/8 that hits me for 8. That seems less than ideal. It has given a Moonlit Guidance, though. That is an Edwin, which draws an Edwin.
Yeah, maybe go for Reconnaissance here?
Yeah, it's just...
Like, Edwin is...
It's a big divergence point here.
Yeah.
Do you play for Big Boy, or do you play for more of a value game?
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's got to hit the Edwin if he wants to go off.
Because he could Swashbuckle and extort the Burgle?
Yeah.
Gotta be better than dealing 3 to your own. Edwin.
Kings.
Oh. Okay, it's a little surprise burst.
Not the most impressive Edwin I've ever seen. Gotta say that, but there's still a second one there.
I would more than assume we were going to see Guff this turn, or at least quest completion this turn.
I mean, Guff, it's an 8/8 taunt, which is fantastic, but it is also 8 armor.
Yeah. Still looking for the second mark of the Spike Shell to copy. Get the ultimate value out of the Solar, and still unable to find it.
Yeah, Moontouch Amulet, just more attack, more armor, and just drop the Scrapyard Colossus, and that is, I think, going to be the cue to Scabs.
Yeah, this screams Scabs, and then able to play a little bit more behind it as well.
Yeah, this is what Scab has been waiting for.
A big minion. Oh,
Najak. Oh my
wait a
god,
minute.
and this Swindle, it's got a... There's still 2 Shadow Steps in the deck for this Swindle to hit. Or just the Tenwu, if it fails.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Just could Tenwu it right back, and then
Hold on, wait. That is one-off lethal, I believe, with the...
Wicked Stab is
No,
10.
Yeah, 12, 18.
Yeah,
I think you just go.
yeah. You got to push here.
Like,
Because there's still another Wicked Stab in the deck.
Yeah, the Najak can still be killed to return the Colossus to Nell, so just going to play the Tenwu here, get it back to hand, and make sure he keeps this Colossus. I feel like Najak Hexen, it comes up more than any other class card. The amount of rogues who have played that against me feels frankly ridiculous.
It's a very good rogue card.
With Shadow Step, it's pretty fantastic. Oh, Brian O'Brien cleverly playing around the Dark Moon Rabbit there with the Colossus placement.
Yeah,
I'm sure
getting
that was...
Tenwu in between there. Going for the Yogg.
Yoggen load.
It's going to juice it for possibly getting the spell one.
Looks that way. Take control of 3 opposing enemy minions. Pretty good here.
All right, let's see. We are going to get Salmon Rush minions on the board.
And what's in the box?
Wow.
Illidari Inquisitor.
You got to attack face?
Is it enough?
I think
Is
he's
it
just
enough?
still gone, right? Oh, yeah.
Dunzo. When even Illidari Instruct to Inquisitor cannot save you. Rogue just gets there. Even when Rogue looks like it's completely early game, it still just gets there.
Yeah, no, great play from Nails there, trying to fight back, finally getting a big clear with that Samuro. But, Brian O'Brien on the Rogue just could not be denied. And as you said earlier, that's not really what Nails is looking for in a lineup against the Druid, against the Rogue. The Rogue's kind of always getting a win. I'm not going to say it's unbeatable, but 9 times out of 10, it's more than likely getting through something. So, now Nails can get that out of the sight, stop worrying, because, his eyes are set on the remaining 2 decks, especially this Mozaki, I think, as you were saying earlier on.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see the Fell Demon Hunter from Brian O'Brien. Yep, and I was actually about to say, I think Nails is going to assume the Fell Demon Hunter will come out before the Mozaki, so he will be playing the Brute Demon Hunter, as this matchup is diabolical for the Fell Demon Hunter. And to be perfectly honest with you, I'm not really sure what the Fell Demon Hunter's win condition is here. Because Nails is not gonna, he's not gonna have, a big board of minions for the Fellfire Deadeye Expendable Performance combo, nor is Brian O'Brien likely to get that late in the game without doing something mighty impressive. And looking at Nails' starting hand, a fair bit to be getting on with here. It's interesting Nails decided to anytime you don't play the quest on one, you're just like, yes, I'm very smart. But it doesn't make a great deal of difference when you aren't going to be completing any stage of the quest on turn 1 anyway. You normally want to have the next leftmost card be something like a Spectral Sight, and then you coin out the Sigil or Alacrity or something along those lines. Nails knew that he wasn't going to be doing anything on turn 2, so he's just going to... So we're just getting the studies out the way, and we're going to see most likely a quest and a Tusk Piercer here. Get it down, and then we're going to be able to go Crimson Sigil Runner and Acrobatics for the next stage of completion, and then the following turn we can see second attack with Tusk Piercer, trade, and the Sigil Sight. That's going to be another stage of completion. Maybe we'll get the little imp boy down and get lucky with some soul fragments as well. So Nell's likely going to be looking at the very latest, turn 6 Kurtrus, which is pretty average for Brute. But could even be going for a turn 5 Kurtrus. And we're actually going to go for an Acrobatics first here. There's the Brute. Does pick up the Persistent Peddler, which is not what Nails was looking for. There is the second
Brute.
But
Brute me do, but they're not going to be able to come down.
Oh, it's that annoying thing where it's very, very close. Nails could actually get them both to 1 that turn by coining, trading the Peddler, and making the attack. But getting them to 1 is obviously completely useless. So I'm going to be trying to play them both next turn.
Right, because they will cost 7 now because of quest completion, and 6 with the initial draw.
Yeah, crucially, Brian has a lot of answers. Double Immolation Aura, a 0-cost Felscream Blast, a 0-cost Fury, a couple minions on the board, a 0-cost Hero Pack, and potentially an I-Beam, all playable together on 5, sorry. So, 2 Brutes will be dealt with. Peddler coming back into the hand once again. Not really what Nails wants to be seeing.
And, okay, there is the Philosophy.
Yeah, which is going to be 0, so we're going to get 1 of them, get that played. 3 Brutes are going to be coming down this turn. Maybe if we see another Philosophy. Nope, just going to be 3 Brutes this turn. Only 3. The ball is very much in Brian O'Brien's court.
Yeah, but as you said, I mean, I think it's just dealt with pretty easily.
Yeah, just Brian needs to make sure he does his due diligence here. Obviously, 4 across the board with the Immolation Auras. So a Hero Power and the Felfire Deadeye into the 6/7, the 4/3 into... There's probably a cleaner way than what I'm saying right now.
I guess if he's going to utilize his Felscream, but yeah, I mean, you could definitely hit face and take the heal from, I guess it doesn't really matter with the I-Beams. You're going to get the 3 anyway.
Yeah, I think Brian O'Brien is just thinking about, how do I do the math here? Yeah, and with, with the Fury...
Yeah, I was going to say, just could rip the Fury as well.
I love this. You kind of do the math as the turn progresses.
Yeah, exactly, right?
You one card and you're like, all right, I need to do 2 more to this guy.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a full clear. And that is, crucially, both natural Brutes. So there is a Philosophy in deck which is going to hit a Spirit Jailer, or it's not going to hit anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of reliant on Lion's Fury at this rate now for Nails. Going for that big one-shot, and there it is.
I mean, there it is, yeah, but...
Brian's list does not have the Viper, recently cut more than likely. Kurtrus coming down next turn.
Yeah, Brian obviously didn't include Vipers because with this lineup, he knew he would get rid of Rogue regardless. The priority. Yeah. so there's no point in having it in there. Kurt just comes into the hand, and Nail's in that awkward position where, he doesn't want to glide and give Brian O'Brien a card. But now we're going to see Kurtrus, and it's going to be Lion's Fury and Glide, and so there you go.
And Prey.
Yeah, 2 big hits from the Lion's Fury, though, could still just end the game for Nails quite easily. Just because the brutes were dealt with does not mean that Brian O'Brien is in a particularly fantastic spot. It just means he survived phase 1 of the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, 19 is very doable.
Peddler. That shows you exactly what Nails' plan is. He's dropped the Persistent Peddler because he wants to just turbo and draw things which are only card draw going into the game. And Brian O'Brien doing a pretty good job of dealing with the last couple of minions which Nails is able to put together. But what's really going to be on Brian O'Brien's mind is the fact that he keeps drawing these attack buffs, the Chaos Strike, the Second Fury, but he has not yet seen the Eldrazi Warblades.
No, we'll more than likely hope to see the Eldrazi before he has to go for a Jace turn, just to get the double play off of those there. Okay, well,
here we go.
Frenzy Glide. It is unfortunate, as you said. I mean, you just glide yourself at this rate. The one in the middle.
Yeah, or it could be just set up the weapon this turn.
Yeah, might not want to put some of these bad cards back into your deck.
Oh, we might see a silence on the Valnos here. I like this.
Just to deny the cycle completely. Very nice.
Yeah, I mean, when your opponent has 1 card left, and it's obviously not a very good one because they didn't play it for 3 mana last turn. So I imagine we'll see the Spirit Jailer and just a Hero Power to clear up this Thanos, or maybe just to go face. And
I would honestly just see Viper here, maybe.
Yeah. Though it's a decent body, it's a spider tank, of course, but it does deny that second swing on an Eldrazi Warblades, which is going to be pretty crucial to Brian O'Brien after the Lions Friendly has been played. And that is the Second Fury. We've seen a Chaos Strike. We've seen both I-Beams. We've seen, I think, both Fellscream Blasts. So healing is now at a minimum. And interesting to see whether Nails glides after or before Lion's Frenzy. Looks like he's going to try and shuffle it and then draw it. Oh, that is fantastic. Take the last card out of your opponent's hand.
You might not want to, though.
The alternative is to draw, which is nothing to scoff at either. So now Brian O'Brien down to an empty hand. Has used up everything, hasn't drawn Warblades, hasn't drawn Jace, hasn't drawn either Skull. Spirit Jailer, Soulsure it to draw as many cards as possible. And finally going to see the Lion's Frenzy. So the first hit is often not that big of a hit. Hopefully Nails gets through all these Soul Fragment animations.
Yeah, quite a few there. Oh, actually, was a chance to get a little bit more, but...
yeah, he'll be holding on to that for the Talented Arcanist.
And he's back.
Straight back into the hand with no spells to play. And that is GG, I believe.
Other than an absolute massive,
Yeah, I think Brian's just hoping for a disconnect at this point.
Yeah, other than just an actual no draw from Nails, and he just misses every single card. There is only 5 cards left in the deck. So,
But most of them draw
but,
cards.
Glide is going to just shuffle them all back in.
Yeah. It's, I'd say, almost impossible to not win the game on this turn. Yep, Glide going down. Playing the non-outcasted one.
Let's say double jump does find the other Glide. Still digging for 4 more, and more than enough with the Spectral into the double jump. Or there might not be anything uncastable, but just keep trading back and forth. Finally gets his 0-cost Spectral down, and that's going to be more than enough.
Gain, fatigue damage, couple of 0-cost minions, and that is 1-1. But, so the Brute Demon Hunter wins a pretty favoured matchup. Got to be said that the draw, it started off well for the Fel Demon Hunter. Drew all the removal, but that is part 1 of the matchup. Part 2 is then doing something yourself, and Brian just completely whiffed on, didn't pick up Skull, which is absolutely crucial to the deck, as we all know. Didn't pick up Illidari Studies to find a Skull, and didn't pick up Kurtrus, or indeed any Eldrachi Warblades to try and heal up on that second turn. If there had been something like an Eldrachi Jace turn there, Nails might not have had enough cards remaining to be able to get that second swing with the Mind's Frenzy, but when you draw Talented Arcanist into Talented Arcanist with no spells, you're having a rough time.
Yeah, definitely the way that one went for Brian. He's going to bring it back out, though, and it's going to come into this Quest DH from Nails, coming back out with it as well. Kind of another game that, Nails isn't really going to play a whole lot, and Brian's just going to look for big turns, all of his draws, and go for, maybe massive barrage turns. I-beams and things like that are just not going to get it done in this matchup.
No. And this is a matchup that I'm quite interested in, because Fel Demon Hunter, it's a pretty weird deck in that it can quite heavily punish not having a consistent macro game plan, which makes it very difficult to play against decks that you're not too familiar with. So Brian is going to have to think of a game plan on the fly against this deck. Think about, am I going to prioritize, going for a big Eldrachi attack buff turn? Am I going to try and get more removal? What exactly am I going to do? Looks like the Fel Gorge suggests he's going to try and go for a cycle into a try and hit. It's usually Kurtrus in this kind of scenario. But let's see how Brian O'Brien chooses to approach it.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one here. Those expendable performers pretty much out the window. And I think Nails is going to have a lot of time just to, get everything he needs to for the combo. It's going to be a lot of hero powering back and forth for the first couple turns.
Yeah, this is going to be a game where we're not going to have particularly interesting things to say, because it's just going to be a whole lot of
yeah. Strap in for this one, everybody.
Like Control Warrior Mirrors, but even less interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Skull's great, but are you ever getting it out from that far in your hand?
I mean,
possibly.
Yes.
You could go for the right side. It's difficult, but you could get it go for the right side.
The most important thing is all these cards are playable. I don't think Skull would have been the pick there if something like one of the expendable performance was on the left hand side, but with the Fel Gorges, they're gonna cycle themselves out. You can just throw Immolation Aura out, most likely in this matchup. There's not too many minions that you're thinking about, unless there's like a randomly generated Glowfly Swarm. probably not going to be the most impactful card there. I think we're just going to see a double Fell Gorger in the next couple of hands.
Yeah, Coin Gorger, just start trying to draw through as fast as possible, cycle through the deck, and get closer to the skull every turn. And Nails is slowly completing the quest.
Yeah, it's going a lot faster than the previous game, that's for sure. Yeah, but very nicely set up there from Nails. Put himself to 3, so then Hero Power completes 1 tick, and then the Pounce on the following will get the next one. And there's another skull. Just got to clean up this hand, and we could see 2 consecutive skull turns. So I imagine that's what we're going to see this turn, just with a hand dumping. But
yeah,
Nails
more than likely
hits that Jerry Rig, does not hit the Caverns, so not a guaranteed guff in hand, but does pick up the Feral Spirit for a guaranteed proc. Lightning Bloom, I think it's fine.
Right,
Not the most exciting thing.
Get some of these cards out of hand now for Brian to set up that skull for next turn.
Yep. Immolation Aura, Talented Alchemist, Eye Beam.
Oh. Turn 6 going to be able to play the skull. That is efficiency at its finest.
Yep, and then assuming there is any minion playable, which there is, we can see, you can Fellscream Blast that, drop an Immolation Aura, and play a skull on 7. So Brian O'Brien's hand looking a lot better than it was in the previous game, as he's actually got some card draw.
Yes.
So now we're going to be looking for Kurtrus, most pertinently. And I think what's going to be really important in this matchup is, can Kurtrus be live before the guff is dropped? And there's a third skull.
Third skull.
Ooh. Brian O'Brien is spoilt for choice here. He's probably going to look to play the rightmost skull first, if absolutely possible, while also trying to set up for the leftmost skull. And there comes the guff.
Yeah, outside of really Kurtrus at this rate, everything should be playable from the skull side, but that's going to overdraw by quite a bit. But there's enough that he can just kind of hand dump and get to a point he needs to be.
Yeah. With the skull only costing 3, it will be pretty easy to dump. Ooh. And, I think we jinxed it there for Odin.
I think we might have. Sorry about that, Brian.
Yeah, so this is going to be a Fellscream Blast and Immolation Aura and leftmost skull, most likely. Really, really needs to hit that Kurtrus. That's going to be pretty crucial, and yep, going to go for it here, as the quest is going to be completed for Nails almost certainly next turn. And he's actually lined up the mana perfectly. Moontouch Amulet, Pounce, Guff, and Mark of the Spike Shell all playable.
Yeah, I guess to a point where I don't even know if Brian O'Brien's going to have the damage to get through the amount of armor gain Nails is going to have this round.
If an expendable performance Fellfire Deadeye combo goes off, then yeah, there's enough damage.
It's just he's got to play that, right? He's got to wait for the guff to come down and have enough to actually run into. And I don't know if there's a world that Nails, overcommits to the board when he doesn't need to. In that case.
Yeah, and this is, it's worth noting. I think this is a pretty good matchup for the quest demon, for the quest druid. That combination of a lack of minions to target, a lot of armor gain, and a lot of damage which just goes straight to the face, and the lack of minions which kind of negates any cards like Eye Beam, Fellscream Blast, yada yada.
Or armor.
Is just pure armor here. Nothing else. And actually foregoing the guff for this turn. and it's almost up to 60 health.
Yeah, just shy, really. 6 away.
So once the guff is played, pretty likely that it will be there.
Yes, more than likely.
And there it is.
Fortress. Okay.
There it is. So the fact that there's a minion on the board does, it's an extra 3 damage with the Kurtrus hero power. So Brian O'Brien are going to be able to start chipping away here. I imagine there is no world in which Kurtrus doesn't come down here along with 2 hero powers and the Thanos attack.
Yeah.
But then is it too little too late? The interesting thing about the expendable formers in this position, in this particular matchup, is Nails doesn't have the Samuro. The 1/1s might just stick around and get quite a few more hero powers by themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it is also a threat that Brian could just play the expendable performers on an empty board, not rush them in, and still go for, a 14 the next turn.
Exactly. So, Nails probably keen to find the Samuro. Can complete the quest this turn with this pounce, and I imagine we'll see that. Might be looking to go Solar Eclipse Mark of the Spike Shell to get 2 guffs in hand, at which point things are going to get a bit silly.
Yeah, I mean, with 2 guffs, that's just, 16 damage, 16 armor. Oh, wow. Rabbit comes down now, clear off his board. Doesn't leave anything up. Go back to Brian.
Comes down.
I kind of like to see the expendables here, as we were talking about last turn. Just throwing them out there and making him answer it. As you said, no Samuro in hand, so unless it's the next draw or we can draw and find it, there's a lot of damage sitting on the board.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing compared to, say, when you get into the late game against, say, a Paladin who's got Cariel up, is the Druid is going to have to play something to kill you, because their win condition is a massive taunt. So it's a bit of a risky play, playing 1 out. We might see a talented Arcanist Felbarage here, just
8 damage.
There you go.
It chips away.
It does something. And that is the main thing. Maybe we see an Eldrachi hero power. Get another 4 to the face, heal for 4. Don't want to get your health too low. Or we're just going to see the attack first and then the Eldrachi.
Save the swing.
And I think what's obviously happening here is Nails does not want to play too heavily into those expendable forms, but at the same time, I don't know if he can afford to, because that's his deck's entire win condition, and without it, he cannot kill Brian. So we're going to see Ivus.
Whoa, this is going to be a thick Ivus.
It is, but it's also going to be a pretty thick Felfire expendable performance turn.
Yeah, absolutely. What do we got?
Actually,
okay, we definitely can't get through that, can we?
No, we cannot.
Be 20. It'd be. Gonna try.
Yep. What's the harm in trying? I feel like, I think, unless I counted incorrectly, with the I-beam, it's 1.
It was just shy, yeah. Because it was 20 before these 6 ran in, 7, so it should go down to 13, and then another 6, bring us to Is he gonna? I wonder if he's gonna swing the weapon here. Yeah. Okay. So there's a 13.
Yeah, this is enough. I think what Brian should have done there is take the first. Yeah, that was an error. I think what Brian should have done there is, attack the first wave in, then use that to kill the Ibis, take the healing, and then keep the 6/1/1s on the board.
Yeah, I agree.
That is, I think he realized far, far, far too late. He could have had 6/1/1s when he's got one now.
And then Ibis number 2 is going to be coming down here with another mark of the spike shell. I mean, we're no longer winning through. This is a substantially small, or I guess 2 smaller. Now with I-beam would set this to 16. I still don't think we get through.
Nope. It's not quite there.
No, we're going to be too shy of pushing through there.
Yep, so it's going to have to be Skull for an answer.
Warlocks are the same. I'm running low on cards. I am out of cards.
Oh, and the
play everything to play the Jace, but I mean, this is going to be a lot of overdraw damage coming through. And I don't even know if Jace clears this. We might have to just dive our own face into it again.
Yeah, I'm not. I think maybe Brian's. After that previous turn, it could just about do it. Yep.
Oh, he got
exactly through there.
Just with that Fell Screen Blast from hand, quickly is going to be able to push 19 here. And still has another round of the combo set up.
Yeah, that was.
But is there a point that Nails
just
drops Ibis and says, you can't get through this one? How many Ibises are we going to see?
Yep, with the Iron Bark as well. I think we're going to see that.
Yeah, double Iron Bark could go for it and go for 6 more health, but no, going to go for a Nature Study. Definitely not what he wanted to see in his hand. I guess he already had the other Iron Bark in hand with a Solar, so could just absolutely push it out of direction, but...
Yeah, maybe just going to see some armor gain here.
Yeah.
Like the Moon Touched Amulet. And
we might never actually see quest. Well, this is going to complete quest, but we might never see a Guff, right? Until, because really, if Nails plays nothing else and is able to clear off, there is still the Sonora in the board. It's a weird one. This is going to be an interesting finish.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a huge Ibis next turn.
Yeah, and that should just about lock it out.
Bog Beam, yeah. Oh, now Nails doesn't need to play anything.
No, now he can just chill, yeah.
Yeah, that 7/1 was the big issue, but now that that's dead, there's no real threats there.
You're going to draw us for 3. We're going to go down to 7 here.
I'm not sure why that Sigil was played. To be perfectly honest with you.
I don't really remember the turn it was played. I think it was just to get things out of hand, possibly.
No, it was one of the last cards before the Jace was played last turn.
Oh, jeez.
I think Brian O'Brien was just rushing to get it down and just went, yeah, sure.
Yeah, Innervate Ibis. It's gonna
Innervate Ibis, Iron Bark, and you're not getting through this.
No, yeah, this is
25?
Well, yeah.
I don't even get to see how big it was. Bummer.
We had 19, so... Oh, man. Was it a 38?
Yeah, I'm not great at Ibis math yet.
Yeah, Ibis math is sort of confusing. But we did see 3 Ibises that game, so you'd think we'd be a little bit better at it.
All right, so that is the Equestrian out. So now, this is going to go to a game 5, most likely. Nail's last deck is Face Hunter, which it's a bit different to the rest of his decks in that it's not both a Mazaki counter and something of a Fell Demon Hunter counter.
Yeah,
It's very good against Masaki Mage, but it's horrendous against Fell Demon Hunter.
It is probably one of the most polarizing matchups spreads that you could see with a last with the last deck here.
I mean, Fell Demon Hunter, it's actually got its matchups have improved, like the bad ones, to quite a considerable extent. Like even Quest Shaman is only, I think it's 49.5% for the Face Hunter. The addition of Trog has really helped the deck.
Yes, yeah. A good Snowball Trog, even, not even Snowball, but just being able to keep a minion on board is pretty substantial just to get the constant chip damage through. And we're going to see, more than likely, Demon Hunter versus Hunter. That is what we are going to have here.
Yep, and huge for Nails is, first thing, he's on the play. Hunter going first in this matchup is, it's massive in terms of what it does to your win rate. Second, look at the 1-drop and look at the 2-drop.
Yeah, that is, you really can't ask for anything much better than going off for something like that.
Yeah, so Brian O'Brien, he's got a pretty good hand as well, though. There's even some merit to even keeping the Chaos Strike. You could just coin it out and hit the Intrepid.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm looking at, keep Chaos and even keep Fellfire just because you can play it and then Zero Mana Hero Power on turn 2, but you're going to throw it away and finds the Eldrachi, which is a great weapon to have early on to kind of stave off the early pressure.
Oh, and that is a Warsong Wrangler as well.
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure that Nails is going to be able to put on early, and getting rid of that Chaos Strike.
But there's no option here to Hero Power, coin, Fell Scream. And this is the thing against Face Hunter. It's with the addition of things like Ramming Mount and Doggy Biscuit, it's become a lot more curve focused than how it used to be, where it had a few more kind of standalone good 2-drops, sometimes like Bone Shooter Brawler, something along those lines. So often if you kill a 1-drop, you really disrupt what the Hunter can do. But if they stick a Doggy Biscuit, you find it incredibly difficult to get back into the game. Because, especially on an Initiate, it becomes a 5/5. It's a 1-drop, which is a 5/5.
Yeah, this is just going to be increasingly more hard to kill now. Might just want to set up the Warglades here, or could just throw out a Fellfire to fight off anything else that's willing to come out.
Yep, Tempo Fellfire, it's not too bad. Card is, it's fine. Oh, but there's a quick shot, which will protect the Initiate nicely and let Nails go into the Wrangler, pick up the second Rhino. And just looking at the lists, Nails is running a double True Aim Crescent list, which, when you've got double Rhino in hand, can be a huge impact. And Brian picks up off the top that rank 1 Fury, lets him kill the Intrepid Initiate, but not before it's done 15 damage.
Yeah,
and now
job done.
And now there's 2 Rhinos, and there is that True Aim Crescent. So if Brian O'Brien ever drops, Fell Gorges, Talented Arcanists, anything along those lines, he's going to get hurt. And he
Nails
has
is-
encountered that problem again of just, what you do with his hand? Like, you can't really afford to kill this Wrangler with something like a Immolation or a Fellstream Blast because it's going to be so crucial for your comeback turn. And Nails just dropping Tempo Rhino, no minions on the board, just saying, it's a 7/6. You
I mean,
can't kill
yeah.
a 7/6. And he's right.
He's more than right.
Like, Brian can go Immolation Aura, Fellstream Blast, either Hero Power or Eye Beam.
It all
That
seems
seems
very
like a
upsetting.
lot of resources,
And still has to take a swing.
but he can do it with the Eye Beam. That would be a full clear. It would just be a really sad one. And would use all of his mana. Oh,
Yep.
gonna
Look,
leave a 7/4 Rhino on the board to hit him in the face, and he's just gonna hope that Thalnos or Arcanist are gonna come off the top. I think we're probably gonna see a Cult Neophyte and a Truant Crescent and maybe a Divine Shield on this Rhino.
yeah, I mean, this protects from any like Fell Scream Blast, also Fell Barrages.
We could also see a Guardian Orc Merchant and then a Piercing Shot.
I was
on
gonna
the
say,
Orc
yeah.
Merchant. To, keep the board as high as possible, so Fellscreen Blast doesn't affect you too badly. You can even equip the Terrain for just, an extra poke to the face. Because theirs is getting low.
Yeah, one quick shot has already been used as well, so the card draw is quite a bit less. And
I
yeah,
like
we're going to go
this a
for that.
lot.
Yeah. There's not going to be many options you're going to be able to push 5 with this piercing shot. I mean, performers, right? It has to be,
It's
unfortunately.
got the performance, but then you're dead to the second Rhino.
Yeah, but he doesn't know this one is in the hand, because he nails properly. Played the one he got off of the Wrangler.
Yeah,
But,
Face Hunter getting the unfavored one there. Up until this point, we've had, favored. But this one just nails on the play, curved initiative into Doggy Biscuit. That did 15 damage by itself, and from that point, Warsong Wrangler into double Rhino was too much. And Brian didn't have the best draws on the Demon Hunter for 2 of the games, and it did actually get swept through that series.
yeah, dodging any of the spell damage there to really use those Fell Screen Blasts, and nails smartly, not overcommitting to the board and giving him the opportunities to do that, just keeping it really simple, and as you said, committing to that initiate and getting extremely rewarded for it. So congratulations there to Nails. Unfortunately, we're a little over time, so we will not be having an interview with Nails there. We're going to move on to our second match of the night, which is going to bring us to our legacy section of the night. We're going to be jumping in with Classy Thug versus Vino Spumoni.
Beautiful. And let's have a look at their lineups. Because now, of course, we're not in Pro anymore. We're not talking open list. We don't know what people are running. So it's going to be as much of a surprise to us as it is to people watching. So, close list, Conquest. We're already we know what the good, 5 classes are? And we know what the bad ones are.
Yes, yeah. And I mean, if you look at the Hot Zolf's lineup, they pretty much tell you what's the good and what's the bad here.
Yeah.
Running through real quick just to keep us going. Venus Baloney bringing Druid, Paladin, Rogue, and Shaman. Classy Thug is going to be bringing Druid, Paladin, Rogue, Demon Hunter, Paladin, Rogue, and Shaman. So just the variation of a Druid versus Demon Hunter here for the 2 combatants. Saku, do we have bans? Perfect. All right.
Imagine if we got to a game 5.
That's what I mean. Yeah, we kind of jinxed, earlier when we jinxed it, the playable card off of for the skull, and we said game 5, and unfortunately Brian couldn't force that with the extremely favorable matchup, but that's more than okay. Yeah, it's the way it goes sometimes. Hearthstone is a game of chance, and sometimes the chance just doesn't fall your way.
We're gonna go a long way to decide the Zilf's Defias matchup on this stream.
Yeah, we're gonna get a pretty good look here at that matchup. I think one of the better matchup, other than right above it there, Hearthstone Academy versus Pod People. I think Zilfs and Defias is the other one people are really looking at for the crossovers this week. Everyone's really right around the same amount of points. You're not seeing a top of the standings going against someone who hasn't been doing very well. Everything's been pretty much across the board. I would say equal on terms of how performance has been so far for teams.
Yeah, by and large, I agree with you. Beautiful.
Fair enough. So what do you like to do in closed lists here, Rebob? We saw open list. The bans are a lot more straightforward because you definitely know what you're looking at. Closed list, you know how dominant Rogue can be. Do you just say get rid of it? I don't want to deal with Poison. I don't want to deal with Thief. Or do you look at the lineup and say, no, I have to get rid of this?
I think it's generally a pretty good starting point to just say no rogues. Like you say, it's got two incredibly good, very different archetypes, which are impossible to build a lineup to account for both, which is like the most dangerous thing in Legacy is flexibility. Because you can just say, I can account for like two similar archetypes, like, when last meta, if you played against a shaman, you're like, okay, it's elemental shaman, or it's elemental shaman with a doomhammer in it. I can deal with that together. Rogue, it's like I can either deal with this really tempo-based board deck, or I can deal with this deck which is just going to build a big weapon and hit me in the face and play a ton of spell damage spells while hiding behind stealth the entire game. Like, you just can't really account for both and build a lineup which is going to be able to beat both consistently. So it's best to just ban it. And if, looking at what they've got, we see Classy Thug may feel like, I can do something here with the Demon Hunter, Paladin, Rogue, Shaman. Might be thinking like, Paladin with Cariel can do well into both forms of Rogue. Demon Hunter it does alright into Thief Rogue, but it's still not fantastic into Poison Rogue and Shaman. If you go maybe some kind of Doomhammer, some kind of mid-range freeze or something along those lines, but you're still fairly 50-50 into the rogues. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's just a double rogue ban here.
Well, we're going to color you not surprised because it is a double rogue ban. both combatants saying, get it out of here, don't want to deal with it, and no rogues are going to be seen for this matchup.
Yep, not surprised whatsoever, and I wouldn't be surprised if our remaining two matches after this also went the same way. Like Rogue is by far the most broad class in Legacy by, I'm going to hazard a guess at like 25%.
Yeah, you're pretty close.
We've got eyeballs. So let's get this show on the road. Vino versus Classic Thug, and this is the first match of Zilfs versus Defias Brotherhood. So what we can see here is that Vino Spumoni is on the, I don't know what to call this druid. Beast? I think it's Beast Druid.
I
with
would venture Beast. I'd give you that one. Yep.
with the 0 cost 4/5 and the Umbral Owls and all that nonsense. Capping out a Guff usually, and Classy Thug, pretty straightforward. It's a Fell Demon Hunter. Got a double Immolation Aura and a Magtheraton in the opening hand.
Yeah, so
But
Mike
just-
Paradon. Interesting inclusion.
I mean, he's a big boy. Does
He is-
throw it away though.
Yeah, I don't know so much about that. Early on, maybe not. Later in the game, but the thing about this Druid is going to look to just flood the board. I don't know if Mag's really going to find its way through. I've even seen, a Demon Hunter or anything mag a Druid, and the Druid just arbor ups the 1/3s and just makes them incredibly hard to kill. Demon Hunter has more than enough answers typically, so we'll have to see the type of start Venus Spumoni can get and see if he can hit any of those big Oracle turns early on and just put the Classy Thug on a back foot.
Absolutely. Venus Spumoni, recognizes that, playing against a Demon Hunter who basically always hero powers on one, not the time to play Peasant. Instead gets the Taunt down first, so now we're very likely going to see the Peasant come down, although now the Thorngrowth Sentinels may change this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a
Card
typical.
draw is pretty appealing.
Yeah, card draw is pretty appealing. I did like the Thorngrowth just because it does get you those. If we are running the Sabretooth version, it does get double discounts even quicker. More than likely just a barrage here. Pretty clean.
Yeah. Very, very, very clean barrage, and with 2 in hand, no reason not to. And what Venus Spumoni is likely going to be looking to do is to play enough beasts that he can get a double Matriarch off of this Moonlit Guidance. You want to play 2 zeros if you can get an Oracle down as well. Ooh, Overgrowth. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, your turns are kind of. I don't mind taking Spirit Path and taking them both, but Vito's just gonna go for the Iron Bark.
There's some merit to it. It's actually much harder to play without the. So this didn't choose the Iron Bark there. Power of the Wild makes a lot of sense, but it's going to need a few more tokeny minions to make this really pop off. As the hand stands currently, we're probably going to see the Moonlit Guidance come out the following turn.
Yeah, gonna be able to dig a little bit of mana. Hopefully, find something that's a bit cheaper. There has been quite a few spells played so far.
So
Owl
is going to be very nice. Second Fell Barrage cleans up this board nicely, and Venus Spumoni is struggling to get a foothold on the board, and
Whoa! Okay.
Oh, I'm slamming that.
100%, right?
I'm slamming that every day.
Holy!
Right, we've got a game on our hands, and there's a mag.
Oh, but I guess it doesn't matter how big your opponent's board is if you just mag them.
Oh, but then
you power the wild, the 1/3s, and you just pop off. I don't know, man.
And then you can taunt the watch post as well. This is gonna get weird.
This is gonna get weird, and this is very awkward for Classy Skull or Classy Thug.
Yeah, this was a pretty nice inclusion from Vino. Like it a lot.
Wonder if we're gonna see any robe gaming. We're gonna see any robes. This is just taking me back to last meta when watch posts and robes were thrown in just to Make your minions absolutely untouchable.
Yeah, that was I think particularly because I believe the best deck at that time was Lifesteal Demon Hunter, and they had a lot of targeted removal. The Fellstream Blast and the Eye Beams. Now it's a lot more just pure untargeted AoE. So the Watch Post still makes a lot of sense. And Kelsey Hook's going to have to just tank it twice.
Yeah, it's going to have to go through it the hard way. I don't foresee that we don't Ironbark this and make it again just absolutely increasingly awkward to kill.
I would like to start with the Moonlit Guidance and see what we get. Because a Matriarch in this position is pretty sweet.
Yeah, because now don't have enough mana to do both the Ironbark and the Moonlit Guidance because of the discounts off of the studies.
Well, just gonna make it bigger. Say, well, kill this.
Ooh,
but there's a Kurtrus.
Yeah, okay. Wow, great draw there.
Like the most awkward thing about Watch Post, and I always forget this when I play against it. Someone actually played it against me today, and I completely forgot how it works. It's not after your opponent plays a spell, it's when your opponent plays a spell.
Yes, yeah,
So this Immolation Aura will not kill this 2/2, it will become a 3/1.
Yeah.
I made this mistake, and I shame conceded. And here we go!
Must be setting up for a mag next turn.
No, he's just killing the Watch Post now.
Okay, he does have enough to get through it.
Yep, so that's done.
Oh, unfortunate.
Very unfortunate indeed.
I don't like. Oh man. Double Peasant and a Power of the Wild. We haven't seen any Immolation Auras as of yet.
Yeah, it's fairly weak, but what can you do? It's a bit of a rough position to be in for Vino.
Yeah. Just gonna throw down the Matriarch.
Apart, and I think he perhaps prioritized buffing the Watch Post. The best way to utilize that Watch Post is to play a load of stuff alongside it. So you force your opponent to either deal with the Watch Post or the minions. If you just have the Watch Post and nothing else, as Vino kind of went all in on there, they'll play a few spells, kill it, because it's not doing anything otherwise.
Yeah, so it goes back to that turn where, played the Frostwolf Kennels over the Moonlit Guidance into possibly, snowballing through with Owls or Matriarchs or so on. So
because we saw that was the 5 mana turn. The Guidance was playable for 1 mana, and the Matriarch was playable for 3 this past turn, so it would have been playable for 4 that turn. It would have been a taunt for the Watch Post to hide behind. It would have just made it so much more awkward for Classic Club. As it stands, he's in a pretty decent position, and he's a Fellfire Dead away from just winning the game out of nowhere. Composting coming, you might say, a little bit too late, but this is a pretty decent board.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where, composting is going to be able to... Vino's going to have enough draw, that's for sure, right?
I think we might see Power of the Wild for the Panther just to get that extra card draw, because I don't think the buff really does a great deal here.
I don't think it is a great deal. I think you're still going down to Immo Aura. You still have, Arcanist in there, and yeah, as you said, it's going to go for the Panther just for additional card draw.
Right. No armor left. Down to 24.
Ooh, finally.
And now, and probably for a lot of the rest of the game, Mag is no longer going to be playable just for its board locked out. Obviously, Immolation Aura kills everything, and the Kennels, its effect has ceased.
Yeah, Immolation Aura with just a hero power into the 4/4 just seems very, very clean. No need to, overreact. Could even just throw the second Eldrazi down if you're really feeling
or
like
or
it. But
or, or play the Felgorger as well. That
yeah,
lines up very
yeah.
nicely with mana. Just gonna play the Expendable Performance.
Is this enough? Wow.
It's enough, but it's
I just might have
it's
rather
such a
liked to.
strange. It's a strange use of resources. Not
Yeah,
only does
'cause
it not fully clear everything, it's such a fantastic. It's like this card
look at this
has.
reload.
It's with the Oracle of Elune, but like the Expendable Performance is such a good resource in another way. Immolation Aura often isn't. Right, so we're just going to see what comes up here. That was a pretty fast pick.
That was a very quick snap pick, and I personally would have taken the Arbor, just to get it in the hand, and when you build the board, possibly push a little bit more. This is going to be the final Matriarch coming down here.
Like I would, because this is quite a tricky turn, right? With the Oracles and the Arbor up and the Matriarch, there are a lot of different ways you could take this turn. And Venus Mooney snap picked it and then stopped to think about what he was going to do.
Right.
So I think he's playing a bit fast here. I know I'm very much not one to talk about that.
Well, there is Arcanist, and Immolation Aura will just completely destroy this board.
That it will.
I don't even need to commit that if, really could just trade off all of the performers and still cast it, play the Felgorger, get through, could even push quite a bit of Kurtrus.
Kurtrus is very interesting.
Yeah.
So now I think it's easiest to just play the Arcanist. You can try and get a bit fancy, or you can just be like, all right, yeah, I'll kill everything. That's fine.
I think you could still take some hero powers doing the Arcanist. You only need the 4 mana, so is able to swing in an additional 6?
Yeah. Smack him in the face. Let's say go.
And Sigil just for little card draw.
Yep, and there's the second expendable.
All right, well, board number 2, or I guess 3 at this rate, for Vino going to be coming down. More than likely, I don't think you want to commit this second Oracle with what you have in hand.
Yeah, especially as it just doesn't get any value.
No, there's still an Owl in the deck that you can copy, so I think this is just an Arbor turn. Whoa.
I think he's trying to hold back the Arbor just in case it gets cleared by the next Immo. I'm not sure this is really the position to be greeting it.
I think you need to get buffs down, and there's not going to be any surprise, haha, I had the Arbor the whole time.
Yeah, because the thing is, that extra +1 health on both the 2/2 Treants and these taunts means that you might survive just the Immo. It means there needs to be something either alongside the Immo, either the other talented Arcanist, the Felstream Blast, yada yada. But by not committing it, Classy Thug doesn't need anything. He can just play the weapon, maybe commit the Felstream Blast, but he doesn't even feel like he needs to.
Okay. Not really. Now you have to go for this Arbor. I can't imagine he doesn't.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised to see anything else.
There's no way you can greed it this much. Even if you plan on conjuring with umbral owls and what else. This is just too much damage to pass up.
Yeah, the question is just here to trade or not to trade. I'm kind of a fan of not trading there.
Yeah,
because it's 3 damage. You're on your last legs as far as the matchup goes.
And you're probably just gonna have that 3/2 cleared regardless, so you're not really looking to protect anything. You're not protecting this 3/3.
Yeah, it would just die to the weapon anyway.
That's got to be lethal. I don't want to count it, but that's just right. It's going to be if he does this. No, you can't. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Well, he could with the coin have done it like the extra.
Oh yeah, it could have been 6 and 6, which would be 24. Plus 4 with this is more than enough. Just has to get all of the has to kill off all of these, and plus he's not going to show off. Yeah, okay. Vino's not going to have to make him do it.
Yeah, that was.
Typically, the way you would see the Fel DH versus the aggro druid of old, right? The taunt druid that was playing battle guards and things of that nature. It's kind of what the matchup I really felt like we just saw. I didn't see. I mean, obviously, we didn't see the explosive oracle turns. Not really getting early beast discounts for the matriarch. Not seeing an owl at all, really. To help. No guff either. Yeah, just classic.
It was basically aggro druid. It was just that classic thing of Fel Demon H. What it wants to play against is board-based aggro, and that deck is very much a board-based aggro deck. It's just playing a bunch of stuff onto the board each turn, and the Fel Demon Hunter is going to try and remove it each turn.
Yeah,
back and forth. But now the Fel Demon Hunter has an actual counter lethal. It's kind of like a force of nature savage raw. Just survive, you're dead.
And then, finally able to bang, here you go.
Right, and we got ourselves an OTK Yashar Shaman versus a Libram Paladin.
This is typically favored towards the Shaman just because of the perpetual freezes that can happen from the Shaman. But there comes a point in time where if Paladin just draws through and gets some early game aggression down, that this Shaman deck has problems clearing boards. It's got no problem freezing them, but to clear an actual board is not the easiest thing, other than, we've seen some interesting techs, maybe lurkers, possibly spammy Arcanists, so we'll have to see. And that is a mutinous, okay.
And that was one thing I was going to talk about for the Paladin, that guy.
Yeah.
Because there's not that many minions in the OTK Shaman. And a lot of them are pretty crucial.
Yes.
But obviously, the best ones are, if you hit Yashiraj or Bolner and just say your combo is not happening, that's pretty big. But even just hitting like a Guardian, a McCaw, removing one of those big freeze turns and letting your A8, your Devout Pupils with a load of Librams on, all that stuff, hit them in the face, can just not give them time to set that all up. And
it's Vino that has the Devourer, right?
Oh yeah, no, but I'm saying if the Paladin is also running it.
Oh yeah, I mean definitely a valuable card that can be thrown in if we do see it. The Shaman. So there's a big discount on Mutinous. It wouldn't be so far fetched to think Mutinous come down early, and then you can even just Brilliant Macaw, and the buffs that happen in hand for Paladin. They're pretty substantial. An Aldor is a 5/7 right now. If Vino is able to get the Aldor down or Mutinous down beforehand and just kind of steamroll with a big minion, it can get out of hand decently quickly.
So can we just talk about how about Classy Thug's hand right now. Libram, Aldor Attendant into Coin Banana Man into the remaining 3 1-drops with picking up a Libram of Wisdom.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the curve that Classy Thug is looking for in this matchup. Freezes are,
They're not quite happening yet.
no, they're few and far between. You know, turn 6 is the earliest, even 5 if this gavel hit one of them, and there it is.
Interesting. Thug is choosing to not play the second Elder Attendant and just play the
Libram.
for
Yeah.
1 mana instead. Not really sure what the kind of fear of is there. Devolving Missiles? But
Devolving would be worse into playing the Libram.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
absolutely. I'm interested to see here what exactly the thought process is there.
All right, so going to be able to kind of put a little more on the board. Unfortunately, Mutinous did not get the discount off of that gavel, so now probably looking at a Snowfall Guardian turn here, and a Circus Medic picked up is... Are we going to just draw?
Looks like it.
I like that, because this Attendant is still going to be frozen, and then we can just go into a Snowfall for next turn, and then even Brilliant Macaw that. Gives us a little bit more time to draw through the deck, find the Corruptible, still need a Dunk Tank, still need to find Bolner. There's a lot more combo pieces that have to be found here, but just going to go for a Hero Power.
And this is... You have 5 mana, you play the 5 mana card.
That is a 5/7. 5 mana 5/7 feels pretty nice. And yeah, I mean, you just do it, right? You curve next turn into 5 mana Librams.
Seems pretty good to me.
Yeah. Other than because you're gonna want to carry L. Barely, yeah, you can hold Curiel. I guess if Vipers are run, Paladin is left up, so Vino could have tacked, a Viper just to deal with the OTK version. You can get through Curiel, but it would take a extreme amount of time to play that out.
Yeah.
Oh,
That looks like Barrow's about to get eaten.
I don't know why I guess we're holding the Snowfall Guardian here. I would Wind Chill and Guardian.
I think it's with double McCullough in hand, you're kind of thinking, all right, if I hit Liadrin here, that's pretty huge.
There's still so many cards in the deck, right?
Yeah, but this I think they thought will be Carry Out. That's been in the hand since turn 1.
Right,
turn
yeah.
0 even. And
this
there
is the
are,
thing.
if it doesn't get played this turn, and, Libram of Hope which has also been in the hand for quite some time, there's not that many things that it could be, and generally your mind is going to go to either Liadrin or Carry Out. And if you hit that Liadrin with the Mutinous, the game it becomes a lot shorter. You get a lot more time as the Shaman, and your chances of actually getting towards the OTK stage of the game do go up quite considerably.
Yeah, definitely. When they can't go, well, quote unquote infinite with the Librams and getting multiple hopes down, it's a difficult turn here now. You just slam a hope and run into a Liadrin next, or into a Cariel next turn.
Yeah. Personally, I'm always dropping Carry On 7. Card is insane.
All right, so could clean this up a little bit. This is kind of where it gets a little bit dangerous for the Shaman. The board's getting a little bit bigger every turn. You got to be very careful about what battle cries you're playing. So, this is going to recast the Guardian, but you're not pushing a whole ton of damage, and there is still, a Divine Shield 8/8 up. Maybe you don't want to take, making a 10/10 or an 11/11 is great, but if you can't actually push that damage face, it's really not doing you a whole lot here.
Nope, it's doing pretty much nothing. Could see another caverns, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you say, it's making it board, but there's a barrel there.
And I mean, this is Cariel. No way about it. Like, if I'm Classy Thug, sure, he drops the Viper on you that you haven't seen just yet. That's really the only reason I see not slamming it here. But you can also just make another 8/8. Because eventually Vino runs out of board freezes.
Yep.
And when that happens, he has to make some awkward trades. I mean, next turn he can make a little bit more, or he can do a little bit more with these additional stags and whatnot. But I don't know. It's a favorable matchup for Shaman, but I feel most Shamans will just get really focused in and tunnel in on, I can freeze this board, I can freeze this board. Oh, I made a 12/12, but 12/12 doesn't do anything if it can't hit face.
It's a common trap to fall into, especially if you're at all familiar with how Wild plays with freezes.
Right.
And you just kind of think, oh, I'm just going to devolve it. Oh, wait, no, I can't play that card anymore. Yeah, Cariel.
Yeah.
And that is going to most likely really diminish Vino's chance or thoughts towards playing Mutinous. Because now that card that's been in there this entire time is gone. So you know which of the two it was. You're much less likely to just slam Mutinous and think, alright, let's go. So the question is now, are we going to see some trades?
Yeah, he has to be so careful about his battle cries still, right? I mean, you could slam the Mutinous, then you've thrown away your other board free, so then you really have to trade through the board. I think it's very possible. This board isn't too crazy anymore. Now if we're going to go with this Mutanus. Yeah, alright, so Mutanus going to eat Barov, which is honestly not the worst. It's a lot that Paladin doesn't have a great way of fighting back towards board. And Barov is really the only way, and now some decent value trades are going to come through.
Actually, they're pretty awful value trades. They're fantastic for Classy Thug, though. You know, these two other attendants taking out a 9/2 and a 12/2 is... Oh. But the Taunt Totem saves them.
Yeah, Taunt Totem comes in clutch. Well, there is only one minion to hit in hand with the Cariel Hero Power, and a pretty good minion to hit, mind you.
Yeah, it's one of the better ones. We may see the turn start with either a Hero Power, Hand of Adal, or Hand of Adal. Hero Power. With the Hero Power and these 3 2-cost spells, obviously the Devout People is going to cost 0. I just wonder how these trades are going to happen. Oh. Taking the Libram in hand.
Running out of time.
Right, oh, okay, didn't go for, just want to get a Hand of Adal down. Little more card draw.
Oh, and the second one comes into hand.
There's the Viper. Okay, so does have the Viper. Doesn't need it immediately this turn. I don't know if we need to go for a Fireheart. Like a Revolve or Devolving Missiles here would be pretty insane. Gonna go for a second Mutinous and find that there's nothing home.
Yeah. Personally, in this position, I want to use this Macaw for a Fireheart.
Yeah, absolutely. I say we go Fireheart this turn, and then we can Fireheart again,
Oof.
Mutinous, and nobody's home. I mean, it's good information. Now
Yeah, it's
Medic
good
can come.
information, but it's also pretty awful right now.
Yes, a Macaw is definitely not what you want to see. I think we want to trade here first if we're going to shoot this at a
I wonder. There's little time.
trade. Oh, and no need to take that trade for them.
Nope,
Oh, Taunt Totem for the win again.
got it. Ooh,
All right.
some kind of card draw. That's what Classic Thug is going to be looking for.
Yeah. Smite getting that buff is, more than decent, and then going to get the 4/4 as well.
That's going to be a big smite at some point.
That is, especially if Classy Thug can continually play whatever minions come into hand and guarantee the smite buffs again. There's a world that, Classy Thug just absolutely smashes him with a, 17, 18 attack Mr. Smite.
Yep, it's going to hurt, and who knows? Like I say, he's running dry, but he has Instructor Fireheart in his hand.
Yes,
That is huge.
All right.
all
Just
these
take the
studies.
cheapest thing and keep picking. Phoenix more than likely, and just keep going.
Dunk Tank.
Dunk Tank can't corrupt it though is the problem.
Yeah, it's got to be
Yeah.
Frostbite.
Yeah,
Still looking
we do
for
have a
missiles.
Lightning Bloom as well if we need to do something. Just keep casting. There's the Revolve. That'll do it.
That'll do it.
I think he's thinking, does this revolve it into a 6-drop, which it will, but I mean, I'd rather have taken the
Wow.
trades.
Little time.
I think I'd rather get
I mean-
rid of.
I want to get rid of the
Overdraft.
Say, but
I'd trade that away.
and Tiny Toys. Not terrible. And can guarantee that it's going to be a large smite here.
Yeah, this is going to be a 15 attack smite coming down, and
This is going
at this
nice
rate,
right
I think is this lethal?
15,
15,
18,
17.
21. It's 2 off.
2 off lethal. Holy.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be expected, but Mr. Smite in this deck is pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Vino, you know there's been a card in the hand that has eaten 2 of
It's
these.
only been in the hand for 2 turns.
But you've seen everything else come out because they were buffs, and then you've also seen the McGurgle come down. So I feel like you have a decent read that it's not Liadrin because you would have seen that by now. I don't know if you ever really assume Paladin has Smite in hand though. It's such a weird one. All right, so Snowfall Guardian.
Venus Benoni needs a Taunt Totem, or almost certainly he's dead,
Yeah,
which is just hilarious. You know, could get one from the Tiny Toys.
yeah. I mean, do you start with Taunt?
Just gonna.
What are we doing here? Gonna go Snowfall.
Yep, and well, with the weapon removal, not dead. It's gonna
Right,
be
yes.
one-off.
That's key. Yes, absolutely.
I'm
Wow.
not entirely sure that Vino is looking to play around triple buffed Mr. Smite, but
If you see a Broom here, I feel like there's there's no card in the world that you'd want to guarantee 4/4 buffs on. I think you just take it at this rate, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Drop the broom, take the buff, slam it face. He's got 1, and you've got hopefully lethal. I don't know. It's a tough decision. There's really no direct damage coming out of this paladin.
Yeah, but there are no more freezes.
Yeah, that is very correct. That's it. Snowfalls are gone, macaws are gone, all wind chills are even gone.
Tempo broom.
He holds it.
Well, we're gonna see a 23-22 Mr. Smite come down.
Yeah. So Tiny Toys.
Tiny Toys has to hit
dunk tank.
Yeah, and then Vino is a bowler away from lethal. Taunt.
Yes.
Oh,
and Runthak. All right. You gotta take the Divine Shield off, and you shoot the 3/3, and then you push 8 face, and you're alive. Other than broom? The second broom doesn't even get there now. No. Wow, what an insane Mr. Smite sitting in hand. Oh, Cariel Rome. But he can't do it. He's too short on mana.
Yep, and he's... 3, 9, 11, 13, 15, 18.
Is he going to guarantee the Smite one more time?
Well, he can't, because if he clears up one board space...
He is Yasharaj, and then yeah, that's 8 from hand. Right now, only representing 20.
Well, it's 4 from hand with 1 board space.
Right, because it's just
the medic wouldn't be playable.
Right, the medic would not be playable.
Oh, and
I guess you could clear it up.
Venus got the win. I think Classy Thug should have just let rip. This is assuming that Vino does, in fact, spot the lethal.
Right, knowing that Yasharaj will give 0 costs, and... Oh my goodness, does he...
Surely he's just counting.
There's a guarantee... There's being careful, and now I'm a bit concerned.
Actually, I think he was dead even without the board space, because I hadn't accounted for the Phoenix Awakening giving an extra 2 damage.
No, because even if he didn't clear off the board space, he still wouldn't have been able to play...
Oh, yeah, of course.
Defiler. So yeah, he does find it.
There's the lethal.
Whew.
If that smite could have come down several turns ago, there were no freezes, and it would have almost certainly killed him.
Yeah, because it would have forced Vino to have to deal with it, right? At the end of the day, it was still, a 19-18?
19-18. And
right?
Both natural wind chills, both guardians, both birds, all been played. It would have had to have been, in terms of freezing it, a sleep breaker.
Yeah, or kept the Kep spell off of Fireheart, which hadn't been seen until that last turn. But good spot for Vino, able to fight through and get through that paladin. Like I said, supposed to be a favored matchup for Shaman, but they nailed bidding at the end there with the boards. Just you can't clear them, but you can stop them.
Yep. So now we're going to see Venus Moroni on the Druid once again.
It's going to be a Quest Shaman for Classy Thug.
And it's a interesting one.
Yeah, this is... So it's a very weird one. where you see, like, aggro taunt druid, and it's, you think extremely Quest Shaman favored, but this one is actually quite different simply because the breakpoints of health on oracles and matriarchs making like a good flame turn is actually quite difficult.
Yeah,
And
I find that Perpetual Flame, as a card, it seems a lot worse in this meta. When everyone was playing aggro priest, face hunter, with like bone true brawlers, all that stuff, it lined up so nicely. But yeah, like you say, there's a lot of 4 health, and I think the worst thing is the 5 healths. Those matriarchs make it impossible, so you can't even novice Zapper Perpetual Flame. You need to do something else on top of it.
Yeah, no, the matriarchs make this a very difficult matchup, and it as you said, it's interesting because, like, look at Thief Rogue being able to null for 4/5s is the same. You need to hold such spell damage to get +2 even, almost go for a delayed perpetual, but by that time, there's typically a board. Gonna go down with the Frostwolf Kennels. This is a start that Aggro Druid is definitely going to want to be seeing. I wonder, does he just pull a perpetual now?
Nah.
Never. No, he's mousing over it. I was thinking maybe, but gonna slow play this one. Gets the strength totem.
Yeah, the Kennels is, weirdly enough, one of the things you want to see the most as the Shaman.
Yes, yeah.
2/2s
Gives you
you can do
good
with.
targets.
Mark of the
Alright.
Spike Shell or Soul of the Forest both have their merits in this particular matchup. Soul of the Forest, when it's combined against Perpetual Flame, is just
Right.
hilarious.
That's kind of what I was looking at. Is even he's going for an alignment turn possibly for hopefully get towards pre-quest.
Okay, that wasn't. When I saw those 3 cards, that's not where my mind went.
Yeah,
I
no,
was not looking at Celestial Alignment. He's obviously thinking, like, will the quest not be completed before turn 8 to deny the Brucan? But it's usually completed by quest 8, and
we're coming into turn 5, and he hasn't played one Overload card.
yeah, but he has a lot in hand. It's just waiting for that critical opportunity. Because with Perpetual Flame, it's still that thing of you need to time it very well.
Yeah, I mean, he's got enough to complete part 1.
It's also just he doesn't really need to do anything yet.
No, there's no pressure. You are coming into an Arbor turn is really, I guess, the only. But yeah, like just freeze, and if you take some damage, there might be Sloggers in the deck that can help deal with that. You're really not under a lot of pressure here.
We did see a Slugger mulliganed away, so we know that there's at
Yes.
least one, probably 2. I want to hold on to this Perpetual Flame for as long as
it gets a lot better.
Because I am a greedy boy.
Ooh,
And the stealth minion is actually fantastic there. Living Seed is a lovely card to pick up.
Yeah, especially right on turn 5. Now this is going to be a 3/1 cost even. Holy. Now this is where that breakpoint is very weird.
Oh boy.
Ooh, this is a big commit.
Yeah,
there's a lot of cards in hand for.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah, with the attack, the Zapper.
Yeah, this is going to be
the Perpetual Flame. This is a full clear. It's going to only draw 2 cards.
And a quest completion as well. Completely he overloads crazy amounts, but he's actually on part 1, so this will clear all of his overload for his turn 6, and then is able to continue on.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the Lightning Bolt was of course playable, but you couldn't play the Novice Zapper, the Lightning Bolt, and the Perpetual Flame. Novice Zapper, of course, needs to be on the board, but if you then play the Lightning Bolt, you
overload yourself.
You skip your next attack. Interesting that there is a Cult Neophyte in the deck. Not something you usually see run because it doesn't synergize with anything else in the deck.
Yeah, especially into, I mean, the decks that we're seeing, we banned Rogue other than like Demon Hunter and Shaman. Yes, they have spells, but they're not really spell dependent. So it is an interesting inclusion. More than likely just going to go for a big. Is he going for a 5? Could even go for a 6 drop.
Yeah, the Neophyte's really messed up this turn. Otherwise, could have gone for an 8 drop as well as
Yeah,
pretty much clearing the board.
yeah, we were saying it was a bit of a weird inclusion, but seems to pay off for just this one turn anyway.
I mean, it's a very good card.
Oh,
Since it
yeah.
came out, it's just been routinely
Okay.
fantastic.
Moonlit Guidance is great.
Oh, and we're coming up to
We're
that
coming up
Celestial
to it.
Alignment turn, which is so bizarre.
Double Owl.
Double Owl with the Arbor up is... Oh, but
Oh, they don't cost. Oh, that's sad.
yeah, that's pretty unfortunate.
I just go for it. Go for composting on this board, and then you're going to align yourself next turn.
Yeah, I don't really see any reason to kill the totem. But Venus really disagrees.
I mean, you have the rush. You just take it. I am very excited for this alignment.
It's pretty out there.
It is. I just don't know what Vino does afterwards. I mean, he does have the Arbor up, so it could get to a point where as soon as he aligns, if Classy Thug plays any overload this turn, it's just going to come back to Vino, and he can just slam the Arbor up with this board and push quite a bit of damage. And yeah, we are going to see. Going for a 6 drop, though. Smug Senior seems.
We'll be fine. It wasn't that big. There's little time.
Can you afford to go alignment? Because this is a very nice Arbor turn with the sentries in hand now. But, I mean, if you don't play alignment now, do you ever play it again?
That is the question. The answer is probably no. Looks like we might be seeing it.
Yeah, these trades are pretty much textbook alignment.
Oh, but if you don't kill the taunt before you play the alignment, right? You've just given them a 1 mana 5/7. So that was a bit of a sequencing, a misstep.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, so this is going to be a 1 mana 5/7. Yeah, maybe Vino hesitating on it now, thinking, yeah, what did I just do?
Yeah, I mean, obviously nothing playable for Classy Thug here.
I mean,
Pass,
that is an Oracle. So, top deck Matriarch here, it's going to cost 0, could completely change the game. It is going to be Thorngrowth Sentries. However, I think you just take an Arbor here. Arbor doesn't really make these breakpoints much better.
Yeah, exactly. These trades are horrendous.
These are not, yeah.
Adorable Infestation does literally the same thing as Arbor up.
Yeah, at this rate, I mean, and it still leaves you with something on the board. I guess Arbor still leaves you with the 3/2s, or the 4/3s,
but there's still that 3 health breakpoint, which is it's awful against Quest Shaman.
All right, so and there is a charge call to go with this. I think that's what you see here.
Yep. No, I'm. Wait, no. Yeah, you can Guidance, Bloom, play a 5/7, play a 10 drop. Say go.
Just wants to go for the single senior. I don't know if we're holding this charge call, but I just don't think we're ever going to get to Brucon and really have it utilize it. I think we can close the game out a lot quicker.
Yeah.
And there's that watch post. Wait. You can watch post Arbor and overloaded for 1 mana. Still very killable. Could watch post and then Thorngrowth and hide behind it.
Yeah, I think I like that.
Yeah.
Just try and set up the biggest board possible. Gonna want to play the watch post on the far left because of the bunny. Playing any other position, and I think Classy Thug will go for the rabbit. There needs to be a non-taunted minion in between the taunt, or it's gonna get a little bit dicey.
Yeah. You gotta play it. You gotta play it. Oh, you committed. I think the watch post, like it's so difficult to kill in this situation, right?
I mean, if it wasn't the watch post, it should have at least been the arbor up. But the watch post just
Because this walks into a perpetual flame, like just crazily walks into one. Go for I think I just want an 8-drop. I don't think I want a 9-drop if we're going to choose this charge call here for Classy Thug. 8-drops are much better.
yeah. I think what Classy Thug is thinking is
Gonna open up the mana, but you won't get. All right, wants Brucon.
Yeah, Brucon's in hand. Going to be playable in 2 turns' time.
That's a lot of watch posts, but they can't do anything.
It is.
Go for it.
And can play the arbor up alongside it.
Yeah. I mean, these are 2 board spaces that, just buff your other board spaces at this rate.
Yeah, I think Vino could have also just pinged the 1/1 into the 5/6 before playing it, just to get an extra 5/3.
Right.
4/3.
So we could. Everything. These alignment has been quite tricky. I mean, like the blooms are. We could have seen a bloom Brucon at this rate, but it's just so far out of reach now.
Coin does not do a great deal in the position besides give your opponent's board +1/+1.
Yeah, exactly. Gonna go for a revolve maybe and finds it. Wow. Oh my. I mean, you just, yeah.
Just take it.
Yeah. That's a Trog.
It's Trog.
And
it's something.
I don't think any demons have died, so Rush Murloc as well afterwards. Is this just 17 plus? I think that's just lethal, is it not? It's going to be 12. I believe is Ibarabnus just lethal?
It is, yeah. It's 26 damage.
Yeah. Even with the hero power swinging once. Yeah, okay, there we are.
Yeah, that's 27. So 2 over.
Well, an alignment pick up pays off.
That was a very strange game.
That was a very weird game. You're spot on with that. That was a probably the craziest match I've seen in a while.
Right, so Vino's got Paladin left, and Classy Thug has Paladin and his Shaman, I believe. We're getting some long games tonight.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's kind of thinking through their turns. There's nothing that really not a lot of cut and dry turns, a lot of thinking ahead, The Celestial Alignment picked up on turn 2 or 3 to lock out a Brucon turn, make Overload awkward. I mean, these are some forward-thinking players we're getting here.
There was a plan, and he stuck to the plan. And,
yeah.
Yeah, there are a couple turns that we disagreed with, but the main thing was he had this plan all the way through, and in the end it paid off.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
just a wee update for everyone. Looks like Wild 9 versus Coles. They've already had to start because obviously we're going a bit longer with these matches. You know, we got a game 4. This one's in a game 4, possibly a game 5. We've yet to see. So they have already started. And guess what they banned?
That would be rogues.
Yeah, rogues plural once again.
Yeah.
Always ban rogue.
All right. Well, Classy Thug getting able to choose the matchup essentially, knowing that Vino has to bring the Paladin out and is going to go for the Quest Shaman, which is typically supposed to have a better matchup into the Libram, but as many Divine Shields and health breaks that go, I don't see how they have this Shaman doing so well into a Paladin, but stats are there.
It's a mixture of random generation, tempo, and once that's passed, value. So this card from Venus Throne could go a long way.
Yes, yeah.
That's often not run in Libram Paladins at the moment, and it can make a huge impact.
Yeah, it's kind of your 29th, 30th card, as you're saying. It's the first one to go, I feel, for a lot. It's just slotted in. It's just more value. It's a little bit of early game pressure as we see, filling out the curve quite nicely. Turn 2 isn't always the cleanest for a Paladin.
No, it's usually pretty bad. Yeah. But it's just a case of, did they draw one of the 4 1-cost cards? Then the early game is good. If they didn't, their early game is terrible.
Interesting to not see coin a 3 cost here. Prison Phoenix is playable. So is Thalanos, but more than likely just going to relax.
Yeah, no reason to really pick the Phoenix, I don't think.
Man, there is mutinous everywhere in Vino's decks.
Yeah, Vino hasn't played the Paladin just yet, has he?
No, this is the first time Classy would have seen this Paladin, so he's not aware that there's a mutinous in this one.
Yeah, because Quest Shaman is one of those decks which is a bit like Quest Demon Hunter.
Right.
It's quite hard to play him on the same, or play him on the same turn, because you usually want to jam it as quickly as possible.
Right.
And sometimes you just can't, unless you're getting to kind of turn 8 onwards.
Yeah, especially with the overload. We have seen 2 overdrafts in the deck, so there is a possibility to throw an overdraft away for Classy Thug, but or rip off some of the overload. But yeah, I mean, Mutinous could pay dividends here. There's not a ton of minions run by Quest Shaman either, other than we see the Slogger, the Wind Chills, and then just what we've randomly discovered off of Primordial Studies. Outside of that, I mean, you're not really running a whole lot. I don't think Classy Thug had any multicasters in the deck, which I know is sometimes a staple.
I would argue it's very much a staple.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it was just we didn't get to see them because 4 mana 3/4 draw 3 cards is pretty good, and I think running Sleepbreaker is usually you're mainly running it for specifically multicaster.
Right. Yeah. You're running it to generate. Oh my goodness! There's Perpetual Flame.
We're on a 2 out of 3. Yeah, that is
beautiful. Play the top deck, Clint. It doesn't matter. They're both top decked.
Yeah, and then drop a Sleepbreaker round out the turn very nicely. Even gets to pop the Divine Shield to allow for the value trade, so no buffs are going down there.
Yeah, that was just the best flame that could have possibly been asked for. I can even just fire this lightning bolt off to get off to a good start, but just gonna play it safe. No need to go crazy right now. What people broom?
Bit awkward for Venus Money here because you just
Yeah,
when you don't pick up the Aldor 5-drop and you don't pick up the Libra of Wisdom, you can struggle a bit, especially when it comes to Devout Pupil, because that thing's much better when it costs 0 than when it costs 4.
yes, absolutely. Just think about this broom turn. I think I want to hold the broom. I don't think we really need to do anything too crazy here with it.
Yeah. It's not the most impactful card in this particular matchup because of how few minions there are. Classy Thug has a pretty nice opportunity to develop a 3-3 here if he went for the Slugger, Zapper, and Lightning Bolt to the face. There's an Overdraft, which, like you're saying, is going to make playing that Brucan on the turn, it's put into hand much easier. But just going to say play the Slugger now. Keep cleaning up the board, most likely.
Well, it's turn 7.
Yep. I'd be very surprised to see that Mutinous played with a quest reward in hand.
Oh, wow. Gonna go for a little bit of card draw. Just wants to start cycling through, and that's a better pupil to play. Only one mana better, but the board state is definitely a lot nicer right now for Vino. A lot of decisions here from Classy Thug. Just not really sure. All the wind chills in the world can just stall out the game. Not really looking to push the tempo on it at all. But the longer it goes, the more difficult it's going to be.
Zapper, Lightning Bolt, Perpetual Flame, Overdraft him in the face. Or could even Bloom, Coin, Charged Call, Overdraft him in the face. If you really want to go for it. No. Just going to use the Overdraft now and probably play the Charged Call alongside it. Going to hold him to the Perpetual Flame for a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's the last flame that's in the deck, and Samuro. Okay.
Our hardships only strengthen our resilience.
Here's the Cariel.
Yep, it's come down.
Walk right into the Libram of Hope turn, so it's going to be very nice. And there is the multicaster. All right, it is in the deck.
it had to be in the deck. It's just too good to not run.
Yeah, I think other than, outside of Fell and Shadow, I think every single, Unholy, I suppose, every other one is playable in Shaman.
You got Fire, Nature. If you run Primordial Studies, you got the Arcane and you got Frost. So 4 mana, 3/4, draw 4 cards.
Yeah, it seems all right.
So Classy Thug is just looking at this hand, how do I line up to next turn be able to play Brucan, Charge Call? That is the thought process. It's probably going to involve a Lightning Bloom being played on the following turn. So I'm just going to think about what can I expend here.
Oh, he's going to go for it. He's going to put it in hand and not have it castable. It was a 50-50. It was a 50-50. Did you?
I wasn't expecting him to go to put it in hand.
You gotta go, right? You do it.
Oh yeah, this is the win condition.
50-50? Loses.
This is. That's really unfortunate.
Oh man. That's a bit unfortunate, but
yeah, I don't think it was really necessary for Classy Thug to put it in hand there.
No, again, I mean, the read on having the Mutinous is so difficult. He probably, he thought he was so safe. Now we can Brucon coin, actually doubles the coin, overload, overdraft, and then just play the charge call. Trade off onto this Mutinous.
And the South Sea Captain buff from the Serpent Shaft Wardle allows for that really nice trade on top of everything. So, looking good for Classy Thug.
Yeah, I mean, Brucon down and still a lot of burn in the deck too, right? I mean, still bolts. There's still, actually, now that I'm looking, Serpent Shrines have both been used.
One bolt is left.
Yeah,
both overdraft.
So we're.
But the big thing is a lot of the value cards are still remaining, and that's where
that is value
really wins this matchup. Yeah, double Colossus, but also both guidances are still in the deck.
Yes, yeah. So quite a bit of generation, and
like there's always that turn where Quest Charm and you're going pretty toe to toe with them.
Oh,
misses on that.
I think it didn't really matter for the Samuro though, because 7/7s come back.
They come back, but at least you kill the Brucan and everything else.
Still go Samuro. Oh, but you can't Mount Seller. Never Mount Seller. I learned that one the hard way. Or Noble Mount. Breakpoint of 6 is really awful. You still are only taking 4 from these 7/7s, so he hasn't played a Hope yet. So the Liadrin actually doesn't bring him anything too valuable. Now plays Noble Mount to protect that Samuro, and
does not face tank the 7.
No, that's would have been 4. But, yeah,
there's another charge call.
There it is, and more burn damage. You've seen the Samuro, other than a Barov Broom. You're really not to, and there's another Colossus, and
finally misses on a Colossus.
And as much as this unmovable object wants to half all of this, I don't know with the lightning bolt damage.
I'm not sure why the Elder Attendant wasn't played there.
Yeah, I actually just missed a little bit of mana usage, but I don't know if it would have made much of a difference.
It just means that Librams can be played for 0 if you do have to play Liadrin next turn. And there's the guidance, and this is that turn, that turn with Quest Shaman, where they just go from having that top decks to just you're dead. They have a full hand, and somehow you're dead. Yeah, this Hex really hurts, and is that going to be lethal? 6, 10, 14, 18, 24. Yep, with that Lightning Bolt, it will be lethal. Pretty rough game.
Yeah, very rough there.
Oh wait, no, it's not lethal. A movable object.
Yeah, it's double casted.
Oh, yeah. It's getting late for me.
Yeah, it's quite late over there for you. But yeah, double casted there is going to be able to push through. I mean, those are the breakpoints. Paladin feels a little bit, I guess, hidden behind the unmovable object, but good job for Classy Thug to pull through. And well, the best phrase in all of Hearthstone, Rebob.
That
Game 5.
Game 5. Coles versus Wild Knight might be finished by the time this one.
That's what I say. We're gonna finish this game 5, and it's gonna be game 5 over there as well. They're probably gonna be playing lightning fast, so we'll see what we have here. We do have a Paladin mirror.
Interesting
the only
that
thing
Venus Pomone chose to toss away Cariel.
Yeah,
I'm keeping that every day in this matchup.
Yeah, as you know, Classy Thug keeps it and also has Elder Coin Banner is absolutely incredible. Into Vindicator, yeah. Wow.
But on the meantime, Bannerman into double Truth Seeker with a Libram of Hope in hand. Also pretty good.
Also good. We're going to have to see if the early aggression from Classy Thug can edge it out, or if the huge tempo from the double discounts from Aldors are going to be enough for Vino. There's Cariel as well. Turn 4. That's crisp.
Wrong Cariel though, but there's the other one. Oh god. These Libram of Hopes are gonna cost 4.
All right, just an update as we were talking about that Coles Wild 9 match. Coles has taken a 1-0 lead with Shaman winning over Shaman. So Coles' Shaman getting through over top of Wild 9's.
Nice. So we're just going to see Cariel, and then we're almost 100% going to see Cariel come down on the other side. And there's the Aldor Truth Seeker.
Yeah, I mean the draws are equaling out very nicely.
Absolutely, and when the draws are going back and forth like this, the fact that Classy Thug has already found a Libram of Wisdom and Vino has not is massive, and also the fact that this Cariel gets to attack again.
Right? Yeah, it's just
you don't want
Cariel
to attack a second time.
Yeah, more than likely this is going to be Truth Seeker of Classy Thugs. Important that there is a Broom here as well, so there are some nice value trades that Vino can take once some of these Librams come down. Gonna go for the Vindicator.
Ooh.
Oh.
That was quite a pickup.
Yes. And this just runs right into the other Truth Seeker as well if Vino slams it.
Double Banana Man is a hell of a drug.
Yeah. Because he...
The thing is, the trades are really poor with this.
They are, yeah.
Broom.
I know we're looking at this Broom, but...
Oh. If that trade probably does have to happen.
I think it has to, right? You can't let Cariel get 3 attacks.
No, you cannot. Because Vino just doesn't know how many minions are going to be in the hand. Also, how many holy spells. Oh, actually, just
what's for value?
Gonna green it out here.
Okay.
Gonna green it out.
Oh, there's the backbreaker. I think Lady Liadrin picked up finally for whenever it's needed. I mean, you just put.
However, we are going to see Libram of Hope, Stone of Vindicator into a variant, into another Libram of Hope.
That's why I kind of was hoping for Vino to save that Broom. Just getting the trades with Libram of Hopes are just insanely valuable.
I'm with you.
All right, this is more than likely playable. Yes, Hand of a Doll.
Mutinous. There it is.
Yeah.
Once again.
I mean, there's, other than the Broom, there's some decent hits in this hand right now.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be a Libram of Hope, Broom type turn. Could even fit the Devout Pupil to rush that in as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Broom takes this away. I guess you could stick the Noble Mount back on the...
Noble Mount on the the 8/8 to turn it into a 9/9. It's just too clean.
Yeah.
Let's just sink another 12 into the face. And if only Venus Spurny had a broom. If only Venus Spurny had a broom.
Only he had a broom. I mean, Varian can come down, but all he can do is clear off an Aldor, and then it's just... Oh, it's just not looking good from that point on.
So is it a Varian?
Varian and Hope? I mean, I don't think he's played enough discounts to do...
It's either that
pupils.
or it's Barov, kill the 9/9, play the Libram Hope.
I think that might have to be the play he takes.
Because when Varian doesn't hit 0 cost devout pupils, he does get a lot worse.
Right, and all he's doing is taking out a 4/6 here. I think if we Varian...
He could take out the 9/9 with the Divine Shield and the 3/1.
Yeah,
Maybe what he goes for.
there's the broom. Okay.
Yeah, and it does pick up the broom, which might be key to having any chance of sticking in this game.
Just the Adron here.
The Adron gets 2 Libram Wisdoms currently, which is...
Oh, they've been stuck on Cariel for quite some time.
Yes. Cariel just hasn't died.
Yeah. I guess you could trade her here,
Our hearts
replay them, and do it again.
our resilience.
But gonna go for the second Cariel. Push
Alright.
quite a bit up top, and this is gonna set up. Divine Shields are great. Baroff is not gonna be able to get through those. That's gonna help.
I know, so it's Barov, Broom.
Yeah, it has to get these other ones. Oh.
Looks like we're not going to see a Barov here.
You're going for Broom value trades.
Mm,
You go McGurgle, Broom, take the trades, and then put another Noble Mount on top of your 8/8. I don't think we want these pupils down yet. I think we can hold off on the pupils.
there's... There was such a good Barov turn here. It would have left Cluster with nothing except a 1/1, and would have left Venus Spoonie with an 8/8 Divine Shield. Cariel just keeps not dying.
Yeah, I mean, hasn't really been able to discount anything for a very long time, but I have not seen a Cariel survive for this long in a very long time. I don't think I've ever seen.
It was played on turn 4. We're
Yep.
at turn 9.
That's
5 turns of Cariel. And the thing is, Classic Tank hasn't had any Holy Spells in hand for ages to actually make anything of it.
No, exactly.
True strength comes
It's
from
Lady Leodrin, unfortunately, not one of the playable minions.
And if this Murgle comes down and the Mutinous comes down, I think the game might just be over.
Yeah, you're very true. There it goes.
Are we going to see Big Mute?
Vita's got to be comfortable enough to say, I can play this Mutanus, because there's not much else that's coming down behind it. I guess you have a Noble Mount that can go. You've seen this
Are
card.
we going to see it? Are we going to see it?
Oh,
He's hovering.
Big
Big-
Mute.
Big Mute.
He just wants a bigger Mute. That's all.
Big Mute.
Do it.
Oh god, it's just the perfect time.
It's
It's an
beautiful.
8/10 as well. It's been buffed by the hero power. So
Oh no, he's not going for it. Yeah.
Oh.
I might have liked to see the Mute. I mean, it's a difficult decision, right? If you hit nothing with the Mutanus, then you're more than likely facing certain death.
Well, I think with the noble mount, you're not actually facing down too much damage. You get this nice value trade no matter what, because the Bannerman, Murgle, devout people, they don't really accomplish a huge
Yeah.
amount.
It's a little bit more defensive, I suppose. It gives you the second Divine Shield taunt. I guess it's a second Divine, or just the taunt, because the Noble Mount would have done the same.
I guess the counter argument to having played it to playing it is, Gustave hasn't actually had the Adrenaline Hound for very long. There is no real way that Sony could have had the read that it was there just yet. Now, maybe getting a bit of an inkling. This card has been there, and nothing else has really happened.
Yeah, and he's put himself in a better position as well.
Be the turn.
Yeah, I think he's put himself in a lot better position to weather if he does miss, and see what comes out afterwards.
Yeah, now he's not necessarily dead.
May the light grant you peace.
That Libram. I think that Libram means that we're seeing a Mutanus now.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a few trades here.
Yeah, now that there's not really any threat.
It's your best opportunity, and if you hit. Oh, the Adrenaline of his own.
I mean, it's much better when you have minions of your own. That's for sure.
Fair enough.
We
can actually take the McGurgle trade, and then can trade the Noble Mount as well. So, as much as we want to see the Mutanus come down,
might have just turned the corner here anyway.
Yeah.
And this is going right to the dome.
Because eventually Classy Thug, or Vino does have to chip through this damage.
He does, but once the Liadrin Broom comes down, V-Spray is going to see it and go, oh man.
Yeah, sitting in hand for 3 turns.
As the only card, could have got it, but, sitting fairly pretty. Liadrin Broom. Going to clean up a fair amount of stuff.
Well, this
quite
is
a few Librams.
Yeah, quite a few indeed.
Like we could even see we're going to see a Hero Power or a Noble Mount. Looks like going for the Noble Mount to just take this very nice value trade. And then may just see the Broom. To allow these Liadrins to trade nicely into each other.
Get a few more of those Wisdoms down, but I mean, this is more than likely going to be a double hope turn from Vino. Just to solidify, throw some Librams down, and really start closing this one out. I mean, both the Adjun have been played here, and there is still a Cariel of Vino's own that he's searching for.
So we might see the double hope. I would like to see the double hope. I want to see the trade. How many?
We have seen 2 Brooms, so I mean, you're not punished by anything coming off the top. There's no really easy way to pop this Divine Shield without them taking 4 more damage.
Nope. I'd quite like to see the Librams go on the 8-8, yeah.
Yeah, just make it as absolutely awkward as possible for this now 10-10 to be dealt with.
Yeah, because the face has to tank this to pop the Divine Shield, make him take 5.
Trying to think, what else could possibly be in the deck? Like a Samuro, but there's no way to really draw it.
This gets you the Hand of Adal or Libram of Hope. does get the hope,
Oh,
so he feels a little bit better about face tanking this, and now the Noble Mount is going to allow for a pretty nice value trade, and we're back at this spot.
yeah,
It's
we're
very back and forward right now.
trading boards.
And I think this is the Barov turn.
It's just too clean not to, right?
I mean, your board, like 3/4 of your board are already at 1 health.
Yeah, you're gonna absolutely decimate this board, and then you get to push, however many Librams up top that you want to towards Classy Thug. There's not much of a better turn.
I think I like Barov. The 1/1s will clean up the 9/9 and the 10/10. You can kind of leave the 5/5, drop a Libram of Hope, maybe drop a Stone Off Vindicator.
Call for a Mutinous here. I saw him mouse it. I think Libram of Hope is just too good. It really pushes you back up to the health total you want to be comfortable. It protects your 8/1 now, and then you can double drop Wisdoms on it.
The crazy thing is, Venus Willy still has a natural Libram Wisdom in his deck.
That is true. These have mostly all been recasted off of Liadrin. Yeah, so we're going to see 6 go up top here.
There is the Liadrin.
Down comes a Libram of Hope. And will this be an overdraw? No, just shy. Oh, right.
There's the Smite.
Right.
The Smite, which was one off lethals.
Completely
like hours
forgot
ago.
about it. There's no way this is a Smite lethal, right? No.
I don't. Yeah, no, not with all the Librams going on in Divine Shield.
No, yeah, now that they're on a Divine Shield, this is definitely not.
But if Smite doesn't get played now, I think Venus might play the Mutanus.
Yeah, because
you've seen the hero power.
You've seen the hero
there's
power.
A minion there.
Yeah. And now you're getting all your 0 mana Librams back.
Also, both players have McGurgle Prime in their deck currently.
Yes. Ooh, that's a
that
pretty
is
dead draw there.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty horrible.
All right, going to be taking the first trade here. There's not a whole lot of defensive capability after this Mutanus comes down.
For either player.
Yeah.
All hopes are gone.
So all hope is lost.
All hope is gone.
Yeah.
Though Venus Willy does still have the Cariel with its battle cry, while Classy Thug does not.
All right. We got to see the Mutinous now, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. There's
is.
very, very few cards left in deck. I'm gonna take that Smite.
And that's also just a huge minion. That's a 15/14.
That does not die, other than a Barov. But I feel like Barov might not be in the deck, considering there's a Smite rolled in here.
But you gotta play the good defensive card, right? That is a board clear. With the trade and then the hero power, the Stam hero, all the Librams, it'll kill everything, guaranteed.
So left in the deck for Vino is going to be McGurgle, a Knight, and one more card, which is probably Samuro.
Probably. I'm trying to think what else haven't we seen.
think that's really pretty much it. I mean, as for Classy Doug, has a lot more in the deck.
Still has a Devout Pupil, still has an Elder Attendant, still has a Knight of Anointment, but Knight of Anointment is now a dead card. So
Right, gonna
really
go for this
hoping-
clear turn. Just a quick update in the other match going on. Coles won with his Druid over the Shaman, so went up 2-0, but then Wild 9 came back, and his Druid took down Cole's Paladin, so it is now a 2-1 match for Coles. So, as I said, we're going to get out of this Game 5, and we very well could roll into another. We're rolling into a Game 4 for Coles right now.
This game
Coles versus Wild
alone
9.
is now on 20 minutes. This Paladin.
It's just who runs out of value faster, right? Here's the full clear. And a big minion stuck. I don't know. We need McGurgle right now.
Yeah, it's got to be McGurgle.
Tamro just dies.
Yep, so I think it's got to be Cariel.
Attendant, hero power.
Yep.
And then just play
I cannot wait to read
all
Play
of your...
Librams.
Yeah.
Right, so got to be a big draw for Classy Thug, who has a lot more dead draws in his deck.
Yeah. Knight would be terrible. Attendant would be terrible. Pupil would be fantastic.
Pupil would be great.
McGurgle Prime, obviously the utmost, because you can actually just hero power it and then slam it.
And this is the moment of truth. Hand of
Okay,
Adele
that's
cycles itself. Totally
not
fine.
the worst.
Oh wait, there's still a second hand of Adele. Knight will
Oh,
draw
there is a
something. There's
barrel.
the barrel.
Okay.
And it's completely useless when you've got this big a minion.
Absolutely. Whoa. Respecting that trade.
I mean, it's a large and it's in charge.
I'm almost out of cards.
The Knight.
So the Knight's
Michael-
actually... Oh, I think it's better here than the McGurgle because now we can hero power the Samuro and it's actually going to survive the attack.
I mean, you could just play McGurgle Prime and then hero power afterwards.
Wait, why? Oh, he's probably saving the Samuro for a McGurgle of Classy Thugs.
Most likely.
Because now this dies, right?
Yeah. That said, I don't know how Classy Thug deals with Venus Peroni's McGurgle Prime, so if he gets it first here, I think
Yeah.
the game's
If it's
pretty
right
locked
here,
up. But if it's, say, Elder Attendant
Running out
or
of time.
Knight of Anointment,
there is still
Not
one
good.
more hand of a doll, so that's
there it is.
Oof.
Alright, so remaining cards for Classy Thug in the deck. Knight of Anointment, Hand of a Doll, Devout Pupil, McGurgle Prime, and, that kind of 30th card.
Yeah,
Whatever.
whatever that may be at this rate, could be an Echanis for all we know.
Could be. We can hope. Oh no, and Varian. We haven't seen Varian.
Varian, yeah, Varian is more than likely that last card slotting in there. I mean, I think Classy Thug just has to play everything, right? I mean, this is an 11-10 Barov. I don't think it really matters what. It's actually kind of bad that Barov's 11-10 because it won't proc its own Death Rattle now. It just sets everything to 1. The Divine Shields won't get ripped off in these McGurgle Primes here.
Yeah.
But now the Samuro can trade nicely into the 1-3.
I'm out of cards.
Prime.
You have to.
I think you hear about first, try and land it on the Prime.
Yeah.
And any Rush Murlocs?
No, but a few taunts with Divine Shields.
Yeah, gonna buff the Metamorphin up to
Yeah.
3 attack, looks like, so the Samir can't get a clean value trade anywhere.
There's actually a funny interaction with, if you get the amalgamation here, and, as Mr. Smite is run in Classy Thugs, there's actually a chance you can double rush because it is a pirate. Just an interesting little...
I remember seeing some kind of... I've seen like a N'Zoth OTK with that interaction, which is so dumb. So this is going to get a
Pupil
taunt?
and McGurgle, right?
Yeah, Taunt and Divine Shield. But now the McGurgle it's in hand.
Yeah.
So the remaining cards both draw a card. Either Knight of Anointment into the hand of Adal, which are the last 2 cards in the deck, or the hand of Adal will draw the Knight of Anointment.
And it's not going to be enough for Vino, even with the Samuro coming through and pushing with the Unstoppable Force, or Immovable Object still open.
I'm running out of time.
Going to be 3, 6, definitely a lot less.
Especially with the Librams on it.
Yeah, this is okay.
And with the Divine Shields, can't really trade?
I'm just wondering how many Librams he might put on this variant. He's got to put them all.
Yeah, there's no reason to not put all of them. Because, he will overdraw, but the last 2 cards in his deck get him close to fatigue. He genuinely doesn't care about burning them at this point.
Yeah.
Like, Very was and Devout People and McGurgle Prime, but the last 3 important cards, he's drawn them all now, so burning any of the other ones is completely fine.
So, I think he might have put a Wisdom on Samuro by mistake. Yeah.
No.
Oh no,
That
it's
was
a clean
correct.
kill now.
Gonna go for it.
Yeah.
And
Gotta
with
push.
no
This is it.
further defensive measures available for Classy Thug. It's got to be quite the...
It's
McGurgle?
gonna have to be a board of Amalgadons, right? Like it's got to be a board of Divine Shields.
Yeah, and as we're not playing Battlegrounds, it's hard to get them.
I'm almost out of cards.
Oh. Yep, Hand of Adal burns. Doesn't really care.
Oh, all right. Well, you got to go for your prime here.
Yep. And it's got to be 4 Circus Amalgams, essentially. No taunts. Gonna have to go all in on the Devout Pupil, but
I mean,
with the pop of the Divine Shield and
Yeah,
the
it's-
Samuro, it's gonna die. Everything else is gonna go to face, and that is gonna wrap up
wow.
really marathon game. This single game has been going on for half an hour, let alone the rest of the match. This was a game 5 on top of that. We started this match about like an hour and 45 minutes ago, I think.
What an absolute insane game. Vino's going to make sure he can find a way through here, but he's got plenty of damage between popping and then just...
Yeah, 1-2 into the Divine Shield, Samuro
Yeah.
goes in, and then doesn't even need to play any more.
He could
Libras.
even run
Just
everything
here.
else. He could run everything else in this way, and then Samuro to face and just deal 9. I mean, there's...
What for style points?
Why not? Samuro with MVP, right? But
Yeah, Samuro in this. This basically turned into a game of Battlegrounds by the end.
Yeah,
Like
pretty much.
The kind of stats that we had,
Hold your own.
it was just gigantic Divine Shield, taunt, rush things.
Wow.
Let's check on how Cole's and Wild Knight are doing,
Yeah,
if
so
they've
no
actually
interview
finished
for
the
this
match.
one as well, and it's almost like if I say something tonight, it's going to come true. We're going to be jumping into a game 5. Wild 9 took down Coles' Paladin, so we've got Wild 9 Demon Hunter versus Coles' Paladin.
Beautiful. Just gonna get those two up. Yep.
All right, that'll put Coles on the bottom. We are jumping into game 5 here. So we have Coles on the Libram Paladin, and Wild9 is going to be on that Fel Demon Hunter at the top of your screen. Looks like we're into about turn 5 here. With, Wild9 looking like he's got a skull in the exact position you want, but then a Jace exactly where you don't want him.
Yeah, that if that Jace was any other card before that second skull, Wild9 would be pretty happy about this situation. But we get back to that old thing of there's a Cariel for Coles, and we don't see a Rustdrop Viper just as of yet for Wild9. We do see a Magtheridon though. It is going to be met by this Lord Barov for Coles.
Yeah, Meg is really good. This is probably the one matchup you want Magtheridon in, right? Just to kill Divine Shield, thick minions that you really have no way to interact with.
And slower Druids is, I think, another one that you just really want it.
Yeah, especially if you can stick a 12-12. Quest Shaman as well, yeah. If you can stick a 12-12 early on against, boards that struggle to deal damage, then you're pretty happy here. Going face here is Wild9, just going to apply the pressure. More than likely, I'm assuming, thinking a Magtheridon turn, more or less. But we'll have to see what he chooses to go with.
But this is going to be quite a big minion. And there's the broom to go with the Barov.
Yeah, very nice.
So on the McGurgle, lovely. Interestingly, not playing the Libram of Wisdom. Not sure why that is. If he's concerned about Mage Hunter, I think you're already pretty susceptible to Mage Hunter.
Yeah, you already have a 9/5 and one of your best value generators in the game. So, I think Mage Hunter is just punishable. Just gonna go for a Fel Scream Blast here.
Yep.
And now we have a 12-12, but
up to 30. Kill both these minions. Leaves a couple of 1/1 Divine Shields behind. Which are almost going to be met by this Fel Barrage.
Have to see, does he get the lucky juggles? No, he doesn't, but can just, it looks like he's going to go for Jace more than likely.
Almost certainly.
We not too sure what was played before up to this point, but we at least know there's quite a bit. There's some Chaos Strikes, Fel Scream, Fel Barrage in the Jace pool, and I would assume a little bit more as well.
What my deck tracker is telling me is 2 Chaos Strikes, 2 Fel Barrage, Fel Scream Blast, a Rank 1 Fury, and that's it for the Fel spells. So a decent amount, but with no Immolation Aura, a lot of the kind of Fel Barrage is going to be eaten up by these little minions.
Yeah, I mean, there could have been, we got in a little bit later, so I'm not too sure as to what else is in there, but we'll have to see.
But yeah, might also just be going for it because really wants to be able to outcast that skull.
Yeah, I mean, and this is probably one of the matchups where Paladin's going to have to pressure, and I feel like you could probably get away with using the Jace a little bit earlier on. Usually Jace is, that big finisher, and the Expendables plus the other one is kind of the one you can throw away when you need to. But just going to go for a clean clear there with the second Arcanist into the Immo Aura. And Hope coming down, Libram of Wisdom. I guess we're more than likely going to see Jace come down now.
Yep, seems fairly possible.
Okay, so there is the second Immo, so there was not one sitting in there.
Amidst the flames,
all right, so depending on order of how these cast, okay, yeah, so that's the best there for this Fel Barrage to help deal with There's at least a second Fell Barrage, so we know that this will
There's the
die.
Kurtrus.
Nice, very nice. Onto the Fell. We're really just missing the Expendables, and with the Skull that we're probably going to play next turn, I mean, things are
That's
looking.
just 14. 14 to the dome right there.
Yeah, that that's just 14 on its own, right? Now here's the kicker.
Yep.
You know,
That's a
now
lot more difficult now.
yeah,
And now Coles is kind of on a. I don't play minions unless
Yeah.
they have a combined health of more than 14.
right, exactly, yeah. So more than likely going to see Kurtrus come down here for some 10-4s casually. Wild Nine's been attacking quite a bit this game, it seems, but you know, Skull is fine at any time. These just pressure and have to be answered, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue with 10-4s. They definitely take your lunch money.
they would absolutely take it.
And there's 2 of them as well. which You just don't want. The Libram of Hope with the brooms.
It could kill you, right? If Skull pulls, no, we wouldn't have enough mana. Never mind. Actually, if Skull does hit the second Deadfire into the second,
Yeah, if it hits exactly both combo
combo
pieces,
pieces, then they wouldn't be a lethal though.
it would be a lethal. It would hurt though. Yep, no, that's the second Hellfire. No
Okay,
chance of
so,
the surprise lethals just yet. But I imagine we are still going to see the Skull.
yeah.
And with Mag gone, Jace gone, and the 10-4's gone, if this 9/9 dies, I assume we're just going to see Cold play nothing.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing of Wild Nine could, I guess, leave that up and,
Very
you know.
surprised to see the Skull taken. There's only 4 cards remaining in the deck.
Yeah. And, I mean, it's another Expendables, Leech, Blast, and a Studies, maybe?
Yeah, there'll be second Studies, second Fellscream Blast. We see the second Immo and the second Warblades.
Shadows grow long.
Yeah, it's mostly just utility cards at this point. We've seen the gas.
Yeah,
I'll say both these players rocking an impressive number of old legendaries.
Yes, I was about to say, I almost thought that Coles' list was a full list.
Yeah, Coles be wailing. I know that
Yes.
from the time on Zilfs with him.
All right.
Playing Liadrin.
Yeah. Gonna go for. Wait.
I'm not sure about this one.
No. Because we're at 20. I mean, he can't deal 40 in one turn, I suppose, is the.
No, but he can deal a lot.
He can, yeah, and can heal for a lot as well, right? That's the biggest thing. Takes away a board space. I guess we're not really that worried. Really digging for that other performers.
Uh,
Aim for the wheel.
I don't know why the reluctance to play this one, because now that is 2 attacks that are wasted from this Crimson Sigil runner.
Yeah, so I mean, we get to push a little bit of damage. I guess we miss 4, which is technically 2.
Like,
Did he just miss hero powers?
yes, as
Yeah.
well. This is a bit of sequencing errors here, and because he's wasted the board space, isn't actually going to kill the taunt. Going to have to
I'm
play
gonna
the
Fell
Chaos
Scream
Leap.
blast it. Yeah, awkward break point of having 10 minions summoned by the expendable performers.
Yeah, obviously it's a self-inflicted breakpoint.
Yes,
Right.
absolutely. So, going to be able to push.
No, actually,
Went for the
the
Thalnos.
Thalnos as well. Interesting. So this is going to do 10 damage.
Heal back up to 29. Curial Rome burn. Not really the best. Don't really care about that right now.
It's not too heavy.
Broom? I think we're. These minions don't die. That's still just lethal because Thalnos dies, and then we're guaranteed the second performers.
Yeah, Colds at this point in the matchup shouldn't really be playing as aggressively onto board. The last thing you want in this matchup is to have multiple minions
Out of cards.
for the expendable
There was a
performers to
Viper
go
as
into.
well, but Viper.
I guess that makes more sense why Wild Knight was digging. Really wanted to hit the
Right.
Viper and
Actually, playing this, I think Wild Knight might have messed this up. I think he needed to play the Viper this turn and hold off on this performer's turn.
yeah, I mean there was no rush.
He doesn't have the damage to kill Coles. Right? It's only going to be 6 and so 24, 26, which is technically just the 13.
Yeah.
Plus 2, sorry. So yeah, I think this is only 13.
16.
I don't believe this is going to be
32. It's 16
Enjoy your final moment.
through the unmovable object. It would have been
He had 16 plus the remainder of the tax go through. Yeah, it wouldn't have been enough. Well, Fast and Furious was that one. Coming into that, Wild 9 is going to go down to Coles. Is going to be able to fight through for a reverse sweep. If I'm reading this correctly.
Yes,
No.
so that is 3-1 to Coles, I believe.
No, it was game 5. Oh, so he almost got reverse swept. I see that now. Yeah, so
but then clinched it out at the last minute.
I mean, good on Wild 9 to, find 2 very good. Every point is absolutely necessary. So, and just, the Fell DH is a weird one. The breakpoints are so awkward, especially with the weapon that gets up there. It's just such a weird situation to get into.
Yeah, so 2 consecutive wins for the Zilfs, but 2 very close wins at that. Both 3-2s. One took a fair while longer than the other one did.
Yes, yeah.
And it took so long that it almost finished after the match, which started an hour later. But
How are we looking for our final match of the night, Saku? The boys already played? Okay.
yeah, I mean, because I think me and Corridon have already played this season.
Yeah, you sweat me and I don't appreciate it. I don't think there were brooms involved in this one. I do believe it was a
It was
a
purely
hero.
owls.
It was
Owls. It was a lot of owls.
Yeah, it was pre humongous
It was
owl
week-
nerf.
It was week 1. It was
Yeah.
beautiful.
So I got hurt. I got hurt bad.
Look.
It wasn't as bad Actually, it was pretty bad. Anyway,
I
Rebob is
believe
my
that,
kryptonite in Hero. Every time I play against him in the 3 seat for some reason, he absolutely dominates me. And if I can get a game win against him, I'm happy. So
I believe the term is you got hooted.
yes, I got hooted very
I'm
swiftly.
actually quite sad. I'm sad that we only got to have 1 week in Hero of that deck because it was absurd.
Could you imagine having that and Rogue at the moment?
Ugh.
Like, what would you ban? What would you go after? Like, you'd have to pick something. I'd personally go for the Rogue.
Yeah,
Because that Warlock just was not even close to fair.
it was fun, man.
It was very fun. You are correct. You did the right thing and banned it, I believe. But I was foolish.
Yeah, it was kind of that point where Thief Rogue hadn't really been figured out yet. Obviously now it's the best deck in the game.
Well, yeah, because Maestro at that point in time was not legal, so was not playable back week 1. But we're living in the past. Let's drag it back to the future or the present, not the future. Hopefully, future won't take too long to get here because this has been a marathon of some matches.
Yeah, and like Coles and Wild Knight, we only got to see 1 game, but I think it highlighted kind of what I want to point out. I think a lot of people that like Fell Demon Hunter is very sequence heavy, and there's a lot of little things which people can optimize. And one little optimization, which really, whenever I cast it, it annoys me, is not. It is playing the Fellfire Deadeye before the expendable performers, and then having 1 mana floating at the end.
Right.
So you miss on +2 attack because the correct order is to hero power, play expendable performers, attack with the first one, then play the Fellfire Deadeye, hero power, go from there.
Yeah, get you the plus, like you said, the +2, and even get you the 7 attacks over the, usually the 12. It actually gets you 13 attacks for the full 26, plus the original you've gotten is the 28. So,
and I do see, I think quite often people fall into the trap with it of just like, it's probably lethal.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know what? This hits for 27. I'm fine. And then you realize your expendables don't get through those taunts like you expected. It's unfortunate. Like that last match we saw there with Wild 9, he slammed that mage and he's like, I got this. But taking a second, knowing that if you vipered and possibly just relaxed, like back on the. You had Immo auras, you had a little bit of clear. So, like you said, it's very sequence heavy and just kind of taking a breath and sitting back and saying, all right, where do we go from here?
Yeah, but likewise, from Cole's side, I think he came very close to throwing away a 1 position on that last turn where he don't play minions which don't have taunt in the matchup. In the late game, you just don't want to. You either play nothing, because then your opponent, after you've cleared all the minions, you've killed both Felgorges, Jace, and the minions from Kurtrus. They don't have any minions, so they're going to hit you for 2 each turn, and you can survive that if you have Cariol because they're hitting you for 1 each turn. Or you can play everything in 1 turn. So you want to play Libram of Hope, double Devout Pupil. So it's got a combined health of more than 14 or 13.
That's your magic number there. It's 14. Just make sure they can't get through.
Yeah, but it's got to be 13 health of taunt. It can't just be 13 health.
Yeah, they have to attack those.
Yeah, and quite often people just go, it's probably fine, and then it's just dead.
That's it. Well, I
because
think
there's nothing worse than when you've got like 24 attack, and then there's just like this 6-1 taunt in your way.
Yeah, smiling at you, waving. Oh, I'm still here. Hello.
Hey guys. We're going to see a rogue.
Right? Very interesting.
Yeah, so MPV choosing to ban the Warlock there is quite surprising.
It raises an eyebrow, right? It makes you think, what do they have that they think they can stone I guess, it's Conquest.
What?
Maybe it's just one of those things that you say, Rogue's getting through. And, if it gets through, it gets through.
Yeah, so I think we can read maybe a couple of things into two lines. So Turtle, besides his banned Warlock, has Druid, Paladin, and Rogue, and MPV, besides the banned Rogue, has Druid, Paladin, and Shaman. So the first thing that tells me is that's a Quest Shaman, because the only reason you're banning the Warlock is because the handlock into Quest Shaman matchup is miserable. And the Quest Shaman into Rogue, it's okay. Paladin into Rogue, it's okay. Druid into Rogue, it's not great, but you live with it. And like you say, the Rogue's probably going to get through anyway, because even if you get... The thing with Rogue is it's got quite a few of these sort of 47, 48 matchups, like against Fel, Demon Hunter. Against Paladin is a bit worse. Against Quest Shaman, it's something like that. But it runs so much random card generation that it can just win those matchups anyway off absolute nonsense. And you just can't account for it.
Yeah. No, and absolute nonsense is kind of the way that, it's just the way that it runs. And then you can't account for everything. And nor should you. I mean, you have to play to what you think they have. You can't really play what you think they might. But we're not going to see any of that random generation just yet. We're going to be seeing MPV's Paladin running into Turtle's Druid, which is looking like the earlier versions of the Beast Druid that had Gerda in the list. Still looking fine there. And MPV just typically running a Libram Paladin list.
Would you say Speaker Gadget is looking fine? Is that your type?
Why not, right? Chilling on the big hand of a mammoth. Why not?
I never actually knew. Is that a mammoth?
I'm pretty sure
never
it looks
knew
like
what that was.
fingernails and like standing on the hand. I think if you look at the full art, it's Gerda, or it might be like a treant, maybe not a mammoth, but it's some type of large creature. I'm thinking anyway.
I always thought Gidget was part of Rock. But, this is one of those interesting games where, both players' hands they're awful.
Yes, they are not the best. MPV does have a key card in Samuro, going to be able to, if a lot of these Librams of Wisdoms do come down, which we already see MPV has 2 in hand, Samuro can really steal a board back from Turtle. Once he goes off for those big turns, and then he can just fire back with some free stuff, free Librams.
Yeah, I just want really one more Libram reduction to just say it's 3 damage across the board whenever MPV wants it. Because right now it's a bit awkward mana-wise. And MPV doesn't really have that much else going on with right now. It's a lot of the late game stuff.
Yeah, I mean, in the same breath, Turtle is really the same way. Like Ghidra with the Adorable Infestation, makes it a 3/5 or 3/6. So why not?
Not bad. Yeah, I mean, it clears the board and leaves you with a Wind Fury minion, which it's fairly threatening. It's possibly worth a Samuro coin wisdom here, but using the coin in this situation isn't really ideal.
No, your hand is so clunky at the moment that you're going to have to go for like a turn 6 coin Cariel or anything else you can possibly find. I think just Hero Power, Libram. It also makes top decks for pupils a lot better because they are, double discounted in that sense.
Yeah, that is something, but it's awkward. Well, speaking of clunky hands, we didn't even talk about the fact that obviously Varian's come into the hand.
There, yeah, but there it is, the coin. The other thing is, it is the Arbor Up turn, so you don't want them to have a board coming into turn 5, as small as it might be. It can still.
It then gets bigger.
Exactly, and Samuro doesn't clear as cleanly the turn after, so.
The main thing is just it's the Wind Fury into the Arbor Up is the main kicker. Everything else you're fairly fine with. Stonehearth Vindicator is a great draw.
A playable card is a great draw.
Well, I mean, there's no more expensive cards left in the deck except the one Libram of Hope. Everything else is playable because they're all in hand. Yeah, so a Hand of Adal would be pretty fantastic here. Noble Mount isn't bad, but it doesn't allow this matron to die, which is what MPV is really looking for.
I mean, you just take that, right? It's too nice to. Not too sure what else we're going to be doing.
Not much.
Like, I would just throw it down, take the trade, because these are going to get out of hand. All right, so second Kennels into can't Arbor, yeah. Almost. You're still going to go for it, maybe?
Maybe.
Just going to go Moonlight. Peasant's interesting with the Oracle pickup here, too. But just going to go for the Sentries. And there is Arbor Up number 1.
Yep.
Well, Hand of Adal is draws another card at cycle, so it's decent here.
I mean, I'd probably want a Hero Power and Hand of Adal that, just in case you pick up a Broom.
Right.
As you're already killing 2 things on this board as it is.
Yeah, these are already clean trades, so. Pupil. Very nice.
Still not great in terms of mana utilization.
I mean, no, we're still floating mana no matter what happens, but at least it's something that they have to run into.
Yeah, and it does make the Arbor Up incredibly awkward.
Yeah. Now we're running into a 6/7. I honestly forgot that the Librams did not cause 0 after seeing the match between Zeno and Classy Thug. I thought Librams just costed 0 for the rest of Hearthstone.
I mean, we've had them around for so long, it kind of feels that way.
Right. Oh, man. I mean, Ariel into Devout Pupil is actually not the worst here. It cleans up a lot of the board and also just develops a nice taunt on the backswing.
Yeah, no, it's like we're now into the part of the game where having all your expensive stuff is a good thing.
Yes, yeah. Now, Varian is going to, Varian on turn 8 is going to be insane. Hope is going to be great. And then finally, Liadrin when you absolutely need it.
Yeah, because Varian's guaranteed to get at least. It's going to get 1 Aldor Tree Seeker for sure. Yeah, so the weapon's going to allow for the 3/3 to die, then can kill off 2 of the 6/4s, and then you've seen both
Running out of time.
Arbor ups. So there's and one matriarch. So there's very little in this deck that you're actually scared of at this point. And you've got the immovable object up. Lever of Hope is there to back you up. And yeah, just like that, Turtle's going to throw it up. MPV gets the Paladin through against the Druid. That was just a battle of drawing absolute arse. Doing nothing for a few turns, and
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Paladin naturally has the better late game, so when it got to that stage of the game,
Turtle said,
nothing more the Druid could do.
I didn't feel like playing a marathon match here just to try and get a point.
Yeah. Moving into game 2. Gonna see, yep, it is the Quest Shaman for MPV against Purple's Paladin. And we do know that it's a pretty good matchup for the Shaman. And
Same as
also
last time,
we
right?
see a Rust.
Yeah.
We see a Rustrot Viper, which that's gonna make the Cariel a lot worse once it gets down to it, though obviously that's a fair way away.
It's very interesting to see how many players are still running Vipers in these closed lists. Really, like it feels just for this specific match into the Cariel.
It is worth noting that MPV has left up Rogue.
Right. So yeah, that's true. Could be thinking the Poison Rogue.
Yeah, Poison Rogue is just
Very
gotta think
good.
about it.
Very good.
Like Quest Shaman it's got a bit of game against it with all the Feral Spirit stuff, but if you threw in a Viper in there, it might actually be that bad. So looking at the two players' hands, Turtles, it's got a fair amount of gas. Got one of the Aldor Truth Seekers, got a Banana Man and a Vindicator, so you're gonna get some cycle going. Probably hoping to start getting a Libram of Wisdom. And what does that card do again? After this minion attacks, give your beasts +1/+1. Why that card was a demon, no idea. Or because you've never seen it played before.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. Yeah, because that card does not exist outside of Serpent Shrine Portal.
Like, in terms of flavor, a demon which buffs beasts has never made a great deal of sense to me.
I think it's because it's a satyr, the style of beast that it is, which are typically, evil Pan's Labyrinth style of creatures. So, maybe it's an evil creature poisoning the woodland creatures. I don't know. I'm reaching. Yeah, the squirrels. And then
Multicaster, draw one card.
Yeah, multicaster for a single card is I'm not, especially because that completed the part 1 of the quest, and we still have a perpetual flame in hand, which can really overload. But there's an overdraft, so no worry there.
I think that's got to be traded for value because this hand does nothing.
No, his hand really
sucks.
Yeah. I guess you could bolt flame overdraft face. I mean, you can also just bolt flame trade.
Does that do much? It doesn't even complete a stage of the quest to get the
No, it doesn't complete it, but it just you don't have a lot next turn, I suppose. You could just go double bolt.
You can see MPV trying to think this out. on your screen there. It's pretty. It's like, what am I doing? What do I got to do here?
What did I do to deserve this? I think we're just going to see an
Oh.
overdraft next turn.
Yeah,
he's gonna
just
Got to take the value trade though, I'm sure. Because Truth Seeker is a card. And all face.
yeah, and there is the other Truth Seeker. But no, yeah, like you said, Overdraft is going to be able to help out quite easily with this.
Yeah, especially with the spell damage.
Yeah.
It's going to deal
Oh.
5. Actually,
Whoa.
deviating just there. Wow. This seems
That was
really
surprising.
risky. Yeah, this seems like it could hurt.
Yeah, like I guess he's saying he's got 1 mana. What can he do?
But I mean, you surely take away from that they might have overdraft because they've
Tradable?
just gone. It's probably a tradable.
Got to be tradable.
3, 6, 9, 10.
Another happy guilty.
Ooh,
Guidance.
very
lovely.
nice pickup. Not exactly stunning the game, but dropping an 8 cost could be Ruffians, the troublemaker. Some Ruffians go past the Truth Seeker here.
Don't forget the Abomination.
A-bomb, yeah. But Broom's gonna
Oh,
come
no,
down.
the new Abomination, which just eats
Yeah, the
something.
8-drop 3/5. Ooh, but second guidance.
Yeah, we've got a charge call first, I think.
Piper's still on the board, guys. What the heck?
It is. Not lethal, but sets them to. I mean, do you just take both?
Oh yeah, I mean, you got to take the.
Yeah, you gotta
Overload
take the
option.
overload. You just take it anyway.
But now that you don't want a 9-drop. Nobody wants 9-drops.
9-drops are not good. I mean, I think we kind of built ourselves into a 9-drop territory now.
I think you got it.
Yeah, I would have liked to hex this turn, pop it, and then deal 3, and then we could have just done the. Alex.
9-drops are very bad.
Yeah.
Born anew.
Yeah, I think we would have liked the hex because the investment opportunity could have just been played next turn to draw whatever we needed it to be. Because now Lever of Hope does come down. Hex is going to be nice there.
Yeah, we're going to see a Hex Hero Power. The next turn we'll probably see a Feral Spirit plus Brucan. Then we'll see.
Try to burn.
You know,
Char or scourge?
It's a difficult turn. But I do think the Hex Hero Power is just kind of the way it has to go.
On the side of my
yeah,
face.
it's either that or the Glaciate, and Glaciate is very risky.
Extremely so, because
You've already got
You know.
a pretty bad 9-drop.
oh, I mean, there's not a lot in Turtle's hand to really fight back. Ooh,
There we go.
Aerial Roam is very nice, but just a little too shy. Defense is up.
Oh, that changes everything.
Yeah, that makes me want to play Spirits and then Brucon now.
Oh, it's been trying just. See, I like playing the card which can't go face now, and then
Yeah.
after Brucan playing the card which
That-
can go face. At their
I
face.
agree. I guess No, because you're gonna do feral spirits. They still have to get through the spirits, even with Cariel. They still have to trade at least one minion in, and then you're facing down 14, and you've then taken 68. You're alive. I don't think this portal needs to be played.
Yeah, it's because like post what? Just going for the 10 drop now. I feel like MPV he feels like his hand has been
Oh
forced.
wow! I mean, gets rewarded with the bunny. Able to push. Yeah, it's definitely a different line. I mean, it's relying a little bit more on exactly getting the rabbit to be able to clear there. But
Yeah.
as you said, I like post Brucon. I like things that go face.
Yeah. So this is gonna come down,
Our hardship,
put a total up to 10.
our resilience.
Yeah,
So
and
gonna
outside
take
of we have no more lightning bolts. We have no more Sherpenshine portals, so even guidances are gone. So we're very limited on burn. All right, I do like Stormbreaker, Sleepbreaker, draw 2. But there is a Liadrin in hand that's more than likely going to come flying out next turn and heal back up.
We're just gonna play a bunch of 2/3s.
It's also fair. Only gets a singular hope back.
I
We are.
just had
This is just lethal, right?
yeah.
Yeah, just going for as big as a board as possible. I guess the only really biggest punish there would have been like Samuro into a bunch of buffs, but most had already been played already, so good
Yeah,
thought by
MPV.
MPV.
He did win that with the charged call rabbit line, but it was a very high risk line, and
Yeah.
there were probably safer ways to more consistently win that game. Because if that hadn't paid off and he'd just been ordered, given the big dumb 10 drops, and not the good rush kill everything, which I think are 1 in, is it 7?
Yeah, because he could get. I mean, good would have
Sorry,
been
3 in 7.
Noel would have been okay.
And Noel wouldn't have killed, and Noel wouldn't have let him go face.
No, there's not too much that would have let him go face there.
So, not 100% sure of that one.
Yeah, it took a different line, like you said, a bit riskier, but allowed him to push that 8 and paid off for him in the end. Now we are going to be seeing MPV's Druid coming into Turtle's Thief Rogue.
Yep, and MPV is 2-0 up currently.
Yeah, that Paladin getting through in the last, and then the Quest Shaman just we saw there. Well, no Knolls in sight just yet for Turtle. Able to just trade out that Cutlass. MPV actually, or for Turtle, getting the Demon Hunter hero power is actually quite decent for him.
Yep,
just trying to stave off any of these early peasant turns or anything like that. And interesting inclusion is Kazakus in MPV's Druid. I know it's kind of a questionable card in Druids right now. How are you feeling about that one?
I think it's fine. Like I think generally people at the moment it's strange because Park Panther is such a good 4-drop, but the meta has quite a few matchups where it just doesn't do anything. So everyone's a bit kind of fallen out of favor a bit. So then Kazakus just naturally slots in because it's nice and versatile, and you get those matchups where you can just get a 5/5 Divine Shield, summon a copy, and your opponent can't do anything whatsoever.
Yeah, it could definitely help, like especially like as we're looking at right now, Null coming down, turn 2, as typical of Thief Rogue, and yeah, I mean golems are definitely going to be helpful to MVP to fight back into this one.
Yeah, and just this is why you ban Rogue. Look at this. It's turn 2 and it already just feels hopeless. This is one where you really want that Park Panther to be in the deck. Because MPV is already thinking about what to do here.
Yeah, just going to trade off the Swashbuckler. I do love how the Bugler gave Turtle the Akama, the Rogue Legendary, as he was still a Demon Hunter.
Yeah, plus it's just decent.
It's
Tel's
very
going to be looking
good,
to
honestly.
put the aggression on, as MPV is the slower deck. He's going to want to survive the ongoing pressure from Turtle and kind of develop a slightly later counter push.
Yeah,
But with the way this hand's looking, it's going to be difficult to muster that. These options, not the best.
oh, not the best at all. I guess Pounce has the most, but then you're burning your nature
You
study.
discount.
Yeah. You could guidance, coin, Pounce, hero power, and hit the 4/3. I mean, it's a lot of spells that way as well.
Ooh.
Man,
Celestial alignment probably not coming down this game.
probably not the one. It's just gonna take them both. Oh wow, okay.
Okay.
I think we didn't want to be overloaded coming into next turn.
Yeah, this hand was really gearing up to coin Guff.
Yeah.
And now the landscaping doesn't have the same ring to it. Oh boy.
Oh, and that's a shadow step as well. It might get a little bit crazy very quickly.
I think it's going to be over very quickly the way things are going. Yep, landscaping. The Frost Saber Matriarch is still full cost.
Yeah, that's
not a single beast has been played by this beast druid, and I think that overload is hurting right now.
Yeah, this could have been. I guess you could coin Kazakus and take a 5-drop, but you really want Guff to come down on 5. It's all kind of unfortunate. We're gonna see Poison Cell Taunt, probably Poison, and then hope for Shoot.
Yeah, Poison Shoot is certainly the one they're going to be going for here.
I guess it depends on what he took as well. I would assume it's a 5-drop.
I think so.
Yeah,
it is.
Freeze too. All right, it buys you a little bit of time.
With the taunt, that's much better. If you got the poisonous and then got freeze, you'd be pretty.
Yeah, pretty disappointed. Oh wow!
Yeah. Lovely draw.
Right into a playable. Oh my goodness.
Oh my. Soul Mirror.
And a Soul Mirror just in case anything gets too crazy.
Ignite.
Yeah, the classic Edwin Ignite lethal.
Oh. I tweeted
Yeah.
that today.
I saw that.
It was. I just kind of I got down to the bottom of my deck and I was like, wait a minute, does this work? Just got to play like 4 ignites with it.
Yeah, I saw that. That was awesome. All right, and that is just heartbreaking for MPV.
All right, so assuming
And there's just
yeah,
definitely lethal.
ignite, wicked stab.
Yeah. There's really not so much of a need to go for this swindle. Maybe to go for the plunderer here.
Yeah, I think this is just
Yeah.
for style points more than anything. Get the ignite out because you
Wondering if
can.
you could do it all from hand, maybe. Very close.
Yeah.
And Edwin for the kill.
Unsurprisingly, Rogue wins a game.
Yeah, I mean I think that's what you're kind of assuming when you leave Rogue up is you're just expecting it to get the win. You know, there has been crazier things, especially getting into the last match. It could definitely brick and not get Knowles down, not get agents, and if you get off to a start, it's going to be very difficult for the Rogue to fight back. But yeah, pretty much what we expected there. This should be a matchup that MPV is a bit favored in, especially they can get off to a pretty strong start and overwhelm the Paladin.
Yeah. One thing I've not seen from MPV is they appear to be running some of the lists which are a bit lighter on 1-drops. Has managed to get probably what seems to be the only standalone 1-drop, the Druid of the Reef. Is people they've seemed to have largely given up on the squirrel.
Yeah, Squirrel's definitely. I think people were trying to do it a little bit too much like Aggro Druid, where this just kind of needs to be played as, play early spells, play early beasts, and then go for those massive swing turns with the Matriarch and with the Owls.
Yeah, it is, like I say, it's very hard to fit everything in, but you do still need a certain number of beasts to make this beast synergy work.
Yeah, no, yeah, you definitely do. I mean, that's why it's so good, like Adorable Infestation. And it's very good that it's summon beasts and not just play them. So that's why it's key that Infestation works, that the summon 2/1/2 turtles.
You gotta have turtles.
You gotta have turtles. So yeah, I mean, right here, this looks a lot better. Matriarch down to 4 mana. It definitely speaks towards MPV's favor.
Really?
Yeah.
Not too heavy.
Turtle's got a fair bit of stuff, but hasn't got. Oh, yeah, that's good.
Hey, this should cost. Well, it's going to cost 2 if he plays the other infestation.
Could start with a Moonlit Guidance, maybe draw another Druid of the Reef.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to go. Just having 1 mana doesn't seem great. I think I just want to Adorable and then Hero Power the 2/1 and just keep going face.
Yeah, that makes sense as well.
Coin's been used already, so you're really not extremely worried
That's
into like a Samuro turn.
Yeah, but you are on the following turn.
Yes, following turn you're a bit spooked, so you might want to find something, but there is no Samuro in hand just quite yet. Turtle just going to try and get something stick on the board.
Ooh, Peasant is nice.
Yeah. I just like flooding the board here. I mean, it's really bad against Samuro, as we said, but if you can get an Arbor up here off of the Peasant draw or your natural draw, this one's extremely over. And that's a rush, but it's not the right one.
It is not. So Hand of Adar does let You get a nice trade into the Matriarch.
I cannot wait to read these.
Yeah, not quite there.
Ivor and Owl. Yeah. I think this is the Moonlight Guidance turn that I'm okay with.
Yeah.
You could play Owl afterwards if you have to, or I do like Loon, but none of these really playable this turn other than the other Moonlight Guidance.
Yeah, I don't think you want to play the Moonlit Guidance because then you waste the second one's effect.
Yeah.
And you only have one mana left to go with it. So I'm still looking for that Samuro. And if it does come in a pretty good
Oh.
spot. However, if it doesn't, not quite so nice, but at least has a devout pupil to.
For the Alliance and
Oh.
Oh. Just gonna leaves the peasant up. Another 2 chances
Oh,
for the
we get
Arbor up for lethal. Nope, just 2 oracles.
two or wow. We can get +1.
Alright, so let's see if MPV falls into the trap. Moonlit Guidance into Kazakus is not playable.
Oh, I
Because
did
it's a
not even
copy.
realize that till right now.
I've had someone do it against me, and I chuckled. This is a 4-mana 3/3. MPV may be looking at it just like, why isn't this orange? What?
And now he's realizing he made a copy of it, and
Yep. So now this hand, it's not fantastic.
there was a lethal, and it is immediately gone. Alloon hero power.
Yeah, and Libram Hopes are coming down on consecutive turns next turn. Just going to see an Ibis 5/5 taunt, but it does just die on board to this Aldor attendant.
Oh, what a heartbreaker!
Oh, so close.
Oh, and then
so
Cariel
far.
Rome is coming the next turn.
And it's just going to wipe the board. Frostwolf Kennels ain't it.
And
Composting.
It's card draw. Like I guess it could pull Kazakus for you. Centuries. Yep. Just keep trading, see what you can find.
Yeah, so the Living Seed is like I think it's guaranteed to get you either thing, which is playable with the Oracle, so you can either get 2 4/5s or 2 4/4 rushes.
Yeah. Has he played enough to get them to 0 mana though? The Matriarch for sure, but I don't know if Owl would cost 0. All right,
there's Kazakus. Wow. Get a 1 ghost.
I think go 5, right? Rush summon.
This is a 1-drop.
This is the 1-drop.
And doesn't even kill it.
Yeah.
There's the Arbor up. There's the Matriarch.
Oh no! Oh, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, she's gonna heal the 8/8.
And then just
Even
I think
as
it's more or less over at this rate. There's just not enough to get through this massive Divine Shield top board, and really just threatening,
counter lethal.
I'm
very variant's coming down next turn.
Yeah.
Which is going to bring another devout people with it. This is Dunzo, I think.
Oh, that Kazakus turn, such a gut wrenching moment there.
It looks like we're kind of getting to a Beast Druid mirror.
Yeah, that's definitely what it's looking like at the moment. I mean, MPV's taking every thought of possible to get through. Ken Sentry, throw open armor, not necessarily dead, but Curiel, Rome, or Varian coming down next turn is gonna just put the dagger through.
Yep. Everyone's running Mr. Spite and Paladin now, it seems.
Yeah, it looks to be the cool. I mean, getting a surprise. I guess it's not really a surprise anymore, but there was a few turns or a few games there earlier on in the night that Smite had the lethal, but just a little bit too late.
Look at this. Tails going face.
Yeah, I mean, there's no need to respect these 4-1s anymore.
You've now seen Ivers come down, which is the single biggest thing that there could be. MPV might need to go here for a Kazakus 5-drop. Poisonous, deal 3 damage to both.
Yeah, I really think it's the only option.
I'm looking for a few good mercenaries.
Doesn't hit the poisonous.
Doesn't hit poisonous. I guess lifesteal. Oh, it's a 1-drop.
1-drop, interesting.
I just take freeze a random minion.
It just doesn't really get MPV any closer to winning the game.
No, not at all. I guess he's gonna Oracle one of these. And now he can freeze out. I mean, he's alive.
Just about.
Arian's gonna pull along another without pupil. That is gonna be more than free. Samuro as well. Just so much pressure coming from these turns.
Yeah.
That should spell. I mean, the Living Seed definitely draws the Owl now.
Reflect in the moonwell.
So we get 3 owls.
Yeah.
We're fatiguing now.
Oh my goodness, and going into a composting. There's the Arbor.
But with nothing to go on.
No, yeah, I just don't see a way out of this one. You've used both Matriarchs, both Owls. Your Kazakus is gone. Cariel is up. I mean, MPV is still pushing. I do respect that.
Yeah, it's just a push with there's just so few resources left in the actual deck.
And yeah, you've drawn yourself you have 2 cards now.
Guff's gonna draw a card.
Yeah.
This Oracle
you're
is also going to draw a
fatigued.
card, and then you're fatiguing.
Actually hits the hero power before playing anything. It gets the Barov, unfortunately.
Once again, we see a massive Barov.
Yeah. And oh yeah, Mr. Smite, that is just lethal. Mr. Smite finally finding a lethal in Paladin.
I'm sure I could have found a 2-turn or so in some other games earlier. But yep, this is another game 5.
This is it. It has been an absolute marathon night of Hearthstone.
Has every game match gone to game 5?
Except the first one.
First one was game 4.
3-1.
Yeah,
3-1.
game 5. So.
It has
3-1,
been
3-2,
a
3-3.
pleasure and an honor, my
always.
friend.
It's been beautiful. And let's wind it up with the coin flip that is a Beast Druid mirror.
I'm both having pretty decent starting hands. The Druid of the Reef into an Adorable for MPV, Peasants into a Druid of the Reef, like a lot for Turtle. I think honestly for Turtle here, the fact that he's at the coin and is able to play multiples is just fantastic. Yeah. And the Gerda as well is going to be able to clean up a lot more. I think Turtle's list might be a little bit better to deal with MPVs with the Kazakis. It's a bit slower. Bit more of a reactive list than anything.
Yeah, we just have no idea what cards 23 to 30 are in these lists.
Yeah, exactly. There are question marks above those two.
Ooh. Double Adorable Infestation is pretty nice here.
Yeah, going to be able to deal with these taunts and keeps the Peasant up. This board gets...
And there's likely going to be a head on board to allow for to just drop Kennels next turn. I'm not sure about the guidance.
Okay, so Mage... We've cast 3. So this Matriarch costs 4. If we play the Infestation, you go down to 3.
I felt like there was some option to play either Adorable Infestation and the Cub and the Peasant, or just to hero power down their Peasant.
Yeah. I don't like going for guidance without enough mana because it's really just draw a card for 2 mana.
Yeah.
And one of those 29th to 30th cards was, in fact, a Gerda for MPV as well. So the list looked very similar, other than us not seeing a Kazakis out of Turtle's list.
So everyone's just playing Tempo Gidra. Is that what's happening there?
Yeah, I mean, Temper Good was pretty good with being able to do like Frostwolf Kennels next turn. You're going to be able to push 8, and then you have to deal with a 4/7.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely this position definitely favors Turtle. Getting that coin, and they just had that extra advantage on turn 1, and it's just kind of been snowballing since. And this Peasant has stuck around for way too long.
Yeah,
Turtle's getting some serious card advantage.
Yeah, doesn't have to overcommit anything into you can just kind of sit back and rely. Like that's why you could take this, this Gidra turn. Trading off, 2 1/1s is usually not what you want to be seeing, but just in such a powerful position right now. Really don't want to have to Gidra here for MPV, but you've let this Peasant go off for so long. Maybe even just a hero power Peasant Cub of yourself.
Yeah, here we go. Kennels. Ow.
Yeah. Kennels, and then a Druid of the Reef behind it. I mean, I'm never trading. Maybe, okay, Turtle is. Turtle respects it a lot more.
I mean, the same thing could happen the other way. It's much easier to kill a 1/1 than it is a 4/4.
It's true, but I guess in my thought, if I'm pushing 8, he's got to push towards me, especially if I'm playing a 1/3 and a 2/2 behind it. is my only thought process there. But you're right. The responsible thing to do is to take the trades.
I'm not sure what the out is now at this point.
I think we just got to go like
It's got to be I think it's got to be Umbral Owls with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Oracles to get back in this. So I'm not sure if
In the Moonwell.
yeah. Gonna bump into the 1-3 to make sure the value trade with the peasants doesn't happen.
Moonlight
Moonlight
finds the
Giants.
matriarch, and that should be free at this point. No, it's not. Wow, that is surprising. If we play Thorn, okay, now it is free. I was gonna say,
Yep, this is totally fine.
and then second one
Take
goes
his bumps,
down.
play the second matriarch, kill the Oracle, go face,
Yeah.
nothing on the board for MPV whatsoever, and a pretty insurmountable board for Turtle. There are the Umbral Owls, but they don't even cost enough for an Oracle to discount it.
No multiples, and running
Not
into a
hurting.
4/5 does not seem decent enough. There is
Bottom
10,
right,
14.
I can see.
Yeah,
There was just lethal on the board. It was 20. So that is gonna be Turtle taking the 3-2 win. And I've got to say, through all of these matches, Druids looked a bit iffy. Like,
Yeah.
it's got there in quite a few matches, but not convincingly.
no, it has been some shaky stuff. I mean, it reminds me of, I don't really know what it reminds me of. It's just a deck that needs to high roll.
I think there are a lot of it is, I think, build dependent. You know?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with Ghidra Kazakis. I think Park Panthers just do way too much. You know, it's a beast, so it discounts. It also allows you to trade and then also swing your own face into something. It's definitely my preferred way.
It's a much better anti-aggro card, that's for sure.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you're looking for the long game value, then obviously Ghidra and Kazakis can get you where you want to be. But yeah, no, it has been weird. It's definitely a deck that needs to find early presence in ways of the turtles, in ways of the reef, and really get the discounts and able to have a massive tempo swing turn.
Absolutely. Well, meanwhile, Rogue just
Rogue just doesn't.
it performed very well. It was either banned or it just won.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, we never saw a Rogue struggle. Oh, we only saw one Rogue. So, I mean,
we did see two.
right. One was a yes, we did see two early on, many moons ago.
Yeah, Brian O'Brien's Thief Rogue was allowed to play, and it did promptly win straight away.
Yes, into Nails' Quest Druid.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. I think you
Pretty
either
good.
bring Rogue, ban Rogue. That's what you should be doing in THL right now. Druid is, I think Druid is like Druid or Demon Hunter are a lot of people's fourth classes.
Yeah, I agree. I think Demon Hunter is a lot better into, you know, if you expect Hunter and like shenanigans, aggressive decks, I think Demon Hunter Fel DH is definitely great. You just really need to know the breakpoints, as you were talking about earlier. You need to know, you know, the proper sequencing for those turns, being able to push extra damage, and just, you know, knowing when to go for certain things. So,
You know what's a really strange matchup is the Fel Demon Hunter Mirror. Really, really weird.
yeah, that would be a strange one. It's just kind of sit there and do nothing.
Yeah, you just kind of reach the point where neither of you are doing anything, and you're just like, I'm eventually going to equip Warblades and smack you in the face,
yeah.
like 20 with Jace, and then not going to do anything after that. Done.
No, exactly.
All right.
Well,
Right.
Yeah,
So,
interesting. I just want to point out, sorry, Saku, one fact that with that win, Turtle actually, the Golden Wisps and Agent P's Golden Showers are now tied.
oh wow, okay.
11-11 coming into the last match. So Thalfix versus Pace. Not sure when that match is, but it's going to be the determining one, whichever way that one goes.
And that brings us to pretty much almost the close there. I just want to make a couple announcements with regards to matches tomorrow. I think on Schoolstone they're going to have a pretty damn good match there with Brushy Tuna team versus EU. It's better than NA in the Pro Series Pink Conference. So we got McBanterface, who's 1-1 going up against Brew 2, who's also 1-1. So that's going to be, I believe, at 3 or 4 Eastern. That's going to be a pretty good match. And Saturday night is we have Always Just in Time versus Genji at 8 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. So then we only have one more match on Sunday that I'm aware of. Sunday Showdown doesn't have anything currently, but I think we're locked in with. Sorry, just give me a sec here. A AFG versus AFG match. So we got Dragon Rider versus Ron Mexico.
Whoa.
So that's going to be interesting to see. Two teammates versus non-teammates in the THL. So that's going to be at 9 o'clock Eastern. So if anybody else wants to have some matches on Saturday night, we can do a 9 p.m. Eastern or an 8 p.m. on Sunday. So just give me a shout, and we can certainly slide you in there. So any final words tonight, guys? I know it's been a long one, and I really appreciate you guys' time. And I know Ree Bobson's got a soon-to-be fiance or soon-to-be wife or fiance that's dealing with COVID issues. So appreciate him being on this late, and his fiance is not beating the shit out of him for not taking care of her. So
Yeah.
So, but yeah. Any final words, guys?
Just
No. Time
Nah,
to go to bed. It's been
good Hearthstone,
Great.
but it's bedtime.
Yeah. I
Yep.
gotta go out and
That
shovel
it is.
because of the stupid plow. But other than that, it's all
Oh,
good.
that's a tomorrow job, man.
Not if it freezes, bro. So
Ah,
anyway, want to wish everybody thanks for tuning in tonight, and we will see you tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock Eastern. Take care, everybody.
Good night.
good night.
Yo! Here we go. Microphone check. 1, 2, 1, 2. I said microphone check. 1, 2. Can't nobody out here do it like me. Ain't nobody out here winning like me. Can't nobody out here do it like me. Just like me, like me.